Hey guys, welcome back. It's been a while, but we're back. Before we get started here and go in all these topics that I want to get into, I need your guys' help here. So, one, it's hot. In fact, there's a heat advisory for Michigan where I live. What's the weather right now? It's in the 90s and it feels like it's in the hundreds. Like there's an excessive heat warning, which is just insane. It's miserable outside. So I have a lot of fans running in my studio. I have probably 3 of them, a ceiling fan, 2 floor fans, and one of them's basically an industrial fan. And that is the only thing keeping me cool right now. Otherwise, I would be sweating, like pouring sweat, and I probably couldn't do this. But I also want your experience to be decent. So I want you guys to let me know, am I too loud or too quiet? And how loud are the fans in the background? Just let me know that, and what I'll do before we get started is I'll adjust accordingly. Just any of you watching right now, please let me know if the fans are too loud in the background, if they're not, if you can't even hear them. Let me know if you can hear me, so that way I can adjust accordingly, and then we can have a great show, and we can have several videos for you all this week. Our new schedule for context for now, and I think I might keep this permanent. We'll see what happens in the fall, as it's easier to make content then. I would say that, yeah, Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday are going to be good. Okay, everyone says the audio is fine. Someone says the fans are a little bit loud. Can you guys hear me clearly, though? Like, can you clearly make out my voice? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you have to turn up your volume all the way? Just, it's a little bit of a test. It's been a while. I want to keep leveling up the channel. There's a few things in my absence that I've learned and am excited to, do for the rest of the year. Just making sure we can get off to a good start. Okay, I'm very clear. So what I'm going to do... Can you guys still hear me? Am I still loud and clear? Can you guys make out my noise? I turned down the gain a little bit, just to make sure the fans aren't doing anything too crazy. Someone also says they think I'm a little bit quiet, just a little bit quiet. Okay, I sound completely clear. I actually think the original setting was good enough. Okay, so we'll work with that. Pretty much everyone says it's good. If I am a little bit quiet, you guys can probably still listen a little bit harder. I do have a Blue Yeti mic, which is pretty good, but probably not 10 out of 10 quality. We'll just get this started. All right, so it has been a minute. It's been a minute, but we're back here. It's blazing hot today in Michigan, but thank you to the power of electricity and living in the 21st century, I'm actually fairly cool right now. So we're talking about a lot of different things today. Big Ten predictions and some questions as well. Underrated teams across the country, want to spend 15, 20 minutes on that. And also doing some, team previews for Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State, and some other types of content as well throughout this stream. So if you haven't already, please make sure to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Also, comment your thoughts down below. I would very much appreciate that throughout the show. And yeah, just do those things, and we're going to grow and become an even better YouTube operation than we already have. We're basically at 33,000 subscribers, and one day we'll hit 100,000. So join before it's too late. First and foremost, I only think it's appropriate to take a look at Big Ten record predictions, penultimate 2026 Big Ten record predictions, and take a look at those, go through a lot of different teams across the sport, and across the Big Ten and take a look at what I think my records for them are, what my predictions are for them, and who represents the conference in the college football playoff and all those great things. So let me just, I am somewhat cool, but it's hot, guys. I mean, it's hot even with the wind. It's warm. So, whew. I'm actually just going to change something really, really quickly before we get to these Big Ten predictions. Hold on. All right. I think that change is going to be pretty helpful to us here. So now we're just going to get to the penultimate 2026 Big Ten predictions. So we're going to go through that, and then we're going to get on with the rest of the show. Just had to change something really quickly. So let me pull up everything here. Big Ten predictions. Who wins the Big Ten and who represents the conference in the college football playoff? Well, let's take a look at my projected records for the conference, and also I want to dive into some larger contenders here. So first and foremost, let's look at the records here. In 18th place in the 2026 Big Ten predictions, I have Maryland at 2-10, 0-9. Just simply put, I think Mike Locksley gets fired, loses cabin pressure. Maryland is much better than this record. I'm making a bold prediction, though, that Locksley won't make it through the season. He's under pressure at Maryland. Maryland always starts off hot and then fizzles and gets really cold in October and November. And I think that trend is going to continue here. And teams under pressure, they either break or they make it somehow. And I believe that Maryland will do the former, not the latter. Purdue is at 17th, and Michigan State is at 16th, both at 3-9, 1-8 in my predictions. Their win totals are at 3.5. They're not projected to be very good. I don't think they have a lot of star talent to them. There will be other videos I will make where I go a little bit more in depth with those teams. That's not today, though. At 3-9, 1-8, where I don't think they're going to get very many wins against impressive teams or have that many impressive performances, I think that there are more meat and potato topics that we can discuss, better teams. Rutgers is at 15th, Illinois at 14th, Minnesota at 13th. Rutgers and Illinois have going 5-7, 2-7. Minnesota 6-6 and 3-6. These teams are all of relatively, I would say, similar caliber, in my opinion. Just gotta change my collar on my shirt there. They're all relatively of similar caliber. I have Minnesota going bowling because Fleck traditionally makes a bowl game. Minnesota also has more experience than Illinois, than Rutgers, and I believe has a bit more of a favorable schedule in parts as they avoid more of the top three teams that you see in my predictions and that the consensus Big Ten predictions have as the top three in the conference: Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State. Nebraska is at 12th, Northwestern at 11th, Wisconsin at 10th. All at 7-5. The difference is Wisconsin trades a conference loss for a non-conference loss to the Notre Dame Fighting Irish at the beginning of the season. Penn State at 8-4. A little bit of a disappointment from standard preseason expectations that have been set for the Nittany Lions. However, I also believe that in year one, moving from the Big 12 to the Big 10, even with the Big 10's easier schedule per my model and per my analytics, you are looking at a rebuild, a bit of a rebuild for Penn State. Also at 8-4, I have UCLA, who's at 8th. and Iowa is at 9-3, 6-3 in the Big Ten at 7th place. I expect a big year from Bob Chesney in terms of wins and losses and breaking out at UCLA. Don't quite think he'll do what Cignetti did at Indiana, but I believe that with a James Madison staff and roster that was very impressive last season, he'll do great things with a very workable schedule. 7th place is Iowa, 6th is Washington, 5th is USC, 4th is Michigan. All of those teams I have at 9-3, 6-3 in the Big Ten. It's very chalkish outside of maybe Washington and Iowa, whose win totals are at 7.5. Will it likely be the case that these teams all go 9-3 and all of their losses are to only each other or to the Big Three? Well, statistically, probably not. But as of right now, I'm not comfortable picking any of those teams to jump into the top 3. I'm also not comfortable picking any of them to do worse than the top half or top third of the Big Ten. And there's a good chance one of these teams, especially Michigan or USC, given they have some of the toughest schedules per my metrics, there's a good chance they'll get into the college football playoff here. Ohio State at 10-2, 7-2 is at 3rd in the Big Ten, and then Oregon and Indiana are your top 2 Big Ten teams, reaching Indianapolis per my projections, both 12-0 in the regular season. Indiana gets the job done in Indianapolis to secure a back-to-back Big Ten championship. And Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana make the college football playoff, definitely. For Michigan and USC, right now I have them there in my penultimate 2026 Big Ten predictions, but it's a little bit more of a lean towards them making it rather than a definitive yes, which really, regardless, I have Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana making it in the college football playoff right now. Taking a look into some other teams specifically, into real college football playoff contenders in my mind. And by contenders, I mean teams that I think have a very good shot at making the playoff. Penn State at 8-4, 5-4 in the Big Ten. I have them losing to Northwestern, USC, Michigan, and Washington on the road. But those are really the only games outside of maybe a home game against Wisconsin or home game against Minnesota, or maybe a road trip against Maryland if Maryland plays to their ceiling. Those are the only games where they're in danger of losing. Penn State has a handful of guaranteed wins. Marshall, Temple, Buffalo. And Purdue, Rutgers, Maryland, Minnesota, Wisconsin, any one of those teams could be bad enough, maybe even Northwestern, although I'm high on them this year, they could be bad enough where they too could be an automatic win. You're really looking at 3 games here that determine what Penn State does. USC at home in Week 6, Michigan on the road in Week 7, and Washington in Week 10 on the road. 2 tough trips to places where Penn State's not exactly familiar with the environment, or they historically have not performed well, and then a home game against a USC team that does not perform well on the road, but is still going to be very formidable and is a top 10 team in my power ratings. Michigan's also top 10, Washington's top 15. Outside of those teams, there's no one on this list who is even top 25 in my power ratings, and I have Penn State inside of my top 20. So Matt Campbell and Penn State have a phenomenal opportunity right here and right now entering the fall. I believe they have one of the best staffs in college football. Offensively, I would look at their tight end position, their wide receivers, and their offensive line being the strength. Rocco Becht is a very experienced player, but honestly, I look at Benjamin Brommer, Andrew Rapelier, Anthony Dunco. I look at Riker, their center. I look at Cooper Cousins as the better players on that offense with new OC Taylor Mauser. Defensively, D'Anton Lynn comes in from USC. The backfield is the strength of this defense right here. They have a great defensive coordinator. The linebacker room is contending for one of the best in the Big Ten with Tony Roas and Caleb Bacon. I love Darius Dixon in the secondary. I love what they have at corner. Love what they have at safety with Marcus Neal Jr. The defensive line I have some questions with, but at the end of the day, the defense I look at right now is the stronger side of the football. This is a team that should expect 9-3, 10-2. I have them at 8-4 due to some trip-up games. Campbell, if you look at his record, typically always wins a game that talent-wise he shouldn't, and loses a game that talent-wise he should win, a game or two. And I'm a bit low on them just due to the transition of it being a complete regime and roster makeover really in year one. Iowa, I have at 9-3. They are a playoff contender because much like Penn State, the schedule is very workable. I only have 3 top 25 power rate opponents on the schedule. The problem is they come back to back to back. At Michigan in week 4, Ohio State at home in week 5, Washington on the road in week 6. I have them beating everyone else. Northern Illinois, Iowa State, Northern Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Northwestern, Purdue, Illinois, and rival Nebraska for the Heroes Trophy. Those 3 games will determine everything for the Hawkeyes this season. Michigan, Ohio State, and Washington, due to location or team power rating, are all beatable. The odds that Iowa beats more than one of them, though, are incredibly low. I think it's almost nigh impossible that they beat all 3 of them. And if they somehow do, due to style of play, they're probably dropping another game somehow, some way. So when I look at Iowa, what I think of is a team that, much like last year, was on the doorstep of making the playoff. They played Indiana and Oregon incredibly close. Same with USC and Iowa State when they were better earlier in the season, pre-injury, where they were injury-ridden in October and November. How can they get over the hump? Well, I think it comes down to the offense. Iowa has one of the best staffs in college football. Iowa has, in my opinion at least, an underrated head coach, possibly the best defensive coordinator in the country in Phil Parker. Tim Lester's a very underrated offensive coordinator. My problem with Iowa is the offense has a lot of unknowns at quarterback, unknowns at wide receiver, and they're not exactly very deep because Iowa did just set a record for picks in a single draft cycle from their school. Running back, tight end, O-line, I think, is stacked, but Gronowski was a good quarterback at the end of the season. Is Jeremy Hecklinski or whoever starts there going to be that? Jack Dotzler, I would also look at Cade Piper on the offensive line. DJ Vanami is going to be a great player. Defensively, the defensive line with all that they lost there is going to be key. They returned quite a bit at corner, a bit at linebacker. They did some things in the portal that I thought were admirable at safety. And special teams, even with the departure of LeVar Woods, is going to be solid there. What do they do on the defensive line where they lost a lot of depth and a lot of production to the NFL or off to a different life from football? That's going to determine Iowa's season. Quarterback, defensive line, and the wide receiver position. Washington is a fascinating case study here. The Huskies have a very advantageous first 10 games on their schedule. They then have a back-to-back series against Indiana at home and Oregon on the road. Pretty crazy, if you ask me, that they have those games back-to-back. But outside of that, Washington State, Utah State, Eastern Washington, Minnesota at USC, and USC has to play Penn State after they play Washington and Oregon beforehand. Iowa at home, at Purdue, off the bye at Nebraska, Penn State at home, and Michigan State on the road. There's a very realistic chance that Washington could enter the Indiana game undefeated at 10-0 or certainly 9-1, and they would carry a top 15 ranking for sure, possibly a top 10 ranking in the college football playoff. Washington has a real chance here to reach the playoffs and not just make the playoffs, as Penn State and Iowa, I believe, certainly can. They're now a next step up where I believe they can win a playoff game this season. Washington quietly last year was a defensively led team. You look at ESPN's efficiency or FEI, their defense is rated ahead of the offense for sure. They had a top 20 defense pretty much unanimously last season, and they held Ohio State to 24 points. They held Oregon to 26 points. The reason they lost to Wisconsin wasn't because of the defense. They held Wisconsin to 13 points, and really 10 of those points came off turnovers. And the defense also wasn't the reason they lost to Michigan, where they were tied 7-7 at the beginning of the fourth quarter. It was the offense in those games. So Damon Williams and that offensive line have to step up for their sake and the sake of their fans and for the defense. This defense is nasty up front. They have a great defensive tackle unit, and a linebacker unit that really impresses me. I mean, Ziri Alexander, great player on that defense. Jacob Manu. They brought in a nice defensive tackle from the portal in Darren Conley, and also return Alinius Davis at that position. And when you have Rashawn Clark, Dylan Robinson, Rylon Dillard-Allen, Alex McLaughlin in your defensive backfield in the secondary, and Ryan Walters, who's a top 10 defensive coordinator, is coaching that unit, and he had tremendous success at Illinois as a defensive coordinator, much better DC than a head coach. You're looking at a defense that I think can contend for being a top 15 unit, which I have them rated there, and could even contend for being a top 10 defense. I'm not quite as high on the offense. I don't believe they're as deep. They have a bit of questions at the skill positions, but Desmond Roebuck returns. They had some nice pickups at running back in the portal. I have Damon Williams right now as a top 10 quarterback in America, and they return a offensive line that's highly recruited, and I believe in Fish's developmental process. So this is a team that could pick off Indiana or pick off USC or pick off Oregon next season. I don't have them winning any of those 3 games, but I have them winning all the games that, from my perspective, they should win, and I would not be shocked if they won 10 games and made the college football playoff. That wouldn't shock me at all. USC, also I have at 9-3. It's a bit of a different 9-3, though, because the schedule is tougher. They play all of the big 3, Indiana, Ohio State, and Oregon. They also play Washington. They also play Penn State. And the reason I have this counter going on with my left hand, looks like my right hand on your screen, is because that's the number of top 25 power-rated teams they play. In Indiana, Ohio State, and Oregon, I have power-rated top 5. Washington and Penn State are top 20. USC, I have power-rated top 10. The question for USC is just going to surround the defense and the offensive line. Wide receiver, I trust them to reload. They're stacked at running back. They have the right quarterback in Jade Mayava. There are even pieces on defense where I don't question the talent, like the defensive line and parts of the cornerback room, thanks to a player like Jontez Williams, who transferred in from Iowa State. And you also have Christian Pierce. And up front, I mean, we could talk about their defensive line all damn day. It's one of the most talented defensive fronts in all the country. The question is, will Gary Patterson's system come in and immediately mesh with this team, with this roster? Will USC be able to field a top 25 defense? Because if they do, with this offense, you are looking at a team and a program that is poised not just to make the playoffs. If they get a top 25, top 20 defense with what I believe will be a top 25 offense, they will pick off one of those big teams. Probably not Indiana due to it being on the road and the history with the travel, but one of Oregon or one of Ohio State at home, yeah, they could pick off one of those teams, and they'll certainly beat everyone they should beat if they have a top 25 defense. Offense, I'm sold that it's going to be top 10. The defense, I'm buying that it's going to be a top 25 unit. Really, it's all about linebacker and the safety position, the middle of the defense outside of defensive tackle for USC. And how will Patterson's, he's scouted defenses at a high level, coached them at a high level, runs a quarters defense. How will that match up against the different offenses that USC plays? Offensively for the Trojans, they have to do a better job on the offensive line, especially on the road. They got rattled and broken by Notre Dame and Oregon on the road. And with road trips to Wisconsin, Penn State, and Indiana, all of whom have great defensive fronts, I mean, say you win all your home games, but you lose those 3 on the road to teams with great linebackers, defensive lines, and teams that have enough offense, or in the case with Indiana, elite offense to maybe move on to your defense, you're still at 9-3, and you're only maybe in the college football playoff at that point. If they want to take that next step, if they truly have entered their championship window now, and they're not just beginning to enter it, but their foot's already in the door completely, then they got to go out, they got to run the ball at a high level, no matter their location. They got to travel well. They got to be disciplined and sound on the defensive side of the ball. I think they're close to those things, but are they completely there yet? I kind of have to see that. Michigan's in a similar boat here. Michigan and USC are 2 teams that in no way am I picking to make the national title or win it this year, but I can see a scenario, a rare one at that, where everything clicks and it all hits off and they're off to the races. It'll come with a few losses in the regular season, as I believe that USC, Michigan, and another team that we'll be talking about here have the top 3 toughest schedules in all of college football. USC, I think, is the 3rd toughest, Michigan the 2nd toughest, and then Ohio State, pending with all those teams, that none of the teams in the schedules disappoint, because then everything's, thrown into a blender. Ohio State's in a tier of their own, and we'll talk about them in a few minutes. Michigan plays Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State, much like USC. They also play Oklahoma, Iowa, Penn State. So they have 6 teams. Almost looks like a 7 right there. They have 6 teams, and potentially, if, say, Minnesota pans out, or UCLA is even better than I think they'll be, they could have anywhere from 6 to 8 teams that are top 25 or top 30 caliber. That's absurd. And it's in year 1 with a new coaching staff and with a team that certainly has some questions. Unlike USC, they have to play a tough non-conference opponent, and they get Oregon and Ohio State on the road. They get 2 of the big 3 on the road instead of 2 of the big 3 at home. That is a massive difference when going from one venue to another is usually about a touchdown point swing. That's massive, because I do not have Michigan as a touchdown better than USC. They're like a 1/10 of a point better than USC in my metrics. They're pretty much identical, and I might have USC as the better team. If you can't tell already, we're going in order of who I think the best teams are from my ratings here. Michigan's schedule is tricky. It's very tough. Their win total here is at 8.5, much like USC's. I have them going 9-3, pretty chalkish again, because I don't have the courage, and not really the courage. It's more so the research, from my perspective, doesn't back up them beating those big 3 teams. So then I'm not going to go on a limb and say that they will. However, much like USC, they have a pretty good shot of picking one of those teams off. And they also have a good shot of dropping another game or 2. There's a lot of variance because of these schedules and because of the predicament the rosters and staffs are in. However, Michigan's staff is the best staff we've talked about so far. A lot of former Utah staffers, some former BYU, even Vanderbilt staffers. They kept Tony Alford around. Kyle Whittingham right now is a top 10 head coach. Jason Beck is a top 10 offensive coordinator. Jay Hill is a top 10 defensive coordinator. They have a top 10 assistant staff. Michigan has a top 10 staff. And there might be an argument, depending on how they do this year, that they could even have a top 5 staff. Is it as good as the staffs that we see with Kirby Smart at Georgia, Ryan Day at Ohio State, Kurt Cignetti at Indiana? No. And I don't even think if they did well this year that we could put them in that realm. Those 3 are kind of in a tier of their own right now. But they're going, Michigan is, from Sharon Moore, the guy who, at halftime, thought it would be a good idea to talk to basically prostitutes online, to Kyle Whittingham, who's a stand-up guy who does more with less, who's never had access to the talent Michigan does. He's also, to be fair, not played against or coached against schedules this tough. But I believe in his coaching acumen more than I do the leveling up of opponents that Michigan's going to face. It's a bit of a different situation from, say, Penn State, where Penn State has an easier schedule. The staffs are similar in what they've done. I think Michigan's roster is that much better, though, than Penn State's at this point, and I think their staff has a bit more substance to it. Michigan's weakness here is linebacker, it's backfield play outside of corner, and it's a bit of skill positions, too. I am giving the staff benefit of the doubt with wide receiver, tight end, and quarterback. I think the offensive line, with Jim Harding's reputation and the running back room, A+. Sign me off on those, and I love what I'm hearing about the D-line room. And the corner room on paper is going to be Michigan's best since 2024, 2023. The question is skill positions, it's safety, it's a linebacker room that's very, very thin. Michigan and USC are very, very close to breaking into that top tier. I think they're going to have to wait until 2027, though, in part because of Ohio State and Oregon and Indiana. The Buckeyes I have going 10-2, 7-2 in the Big Ten. I have them losing to Indiana on the road, Oregon at home, but, I mean, talk about a gauntlet of a schedule here. Ball State, Texas, Kent State, Illinois, Iowa, Maryland, USC, Northwestern, Nebraska, and Michigan. That's an impressive resume there, even with 2 losses. I have Texas power rated top 5. I have Iowa power rated top 20. I have USC power rated top 10. Same with Michigan. And Northwestern and Nebraska, I think I have power rated in the top half of the Power 4, or very close to it, around that halfway point. That's really good. That is a tough schedule. And keep in mind that Maryland and Illinois, I have right now as pushovers. There's a chance they won't be pushovers, though. So Ryan Day is facing the toughest schedule, at least if these teams pan out, in the 21st century, from Ohio State's perspective. It is a 2024 Georgia, 2025 Wisconsin caliber schedule. The good news is Ohio State is much more similar to Georgia than Wisconsin entirely, so they won't go 4-8. Instead, I have them going what Georgia did in 2024, 10-2. They'll have a lot of close wins, and by a lot I mean like 2 or 3, but that's still a lot from Ohio State's perspective. And I believe they'll have some losses. There's a reason that this win total is sitting here at 9.5, heavily juiced to the over, and the books aren't moving it up 10.5 yet. There's a really good chance that this team goes 9-3. My model actually has them going 9-3. It has most of the teams we've talked about a whole win below my projected win total, and that's mostly because preseason win totals, the good teams go over, or the teams that are elite or have elite coaching go over, for the most part, barring something happening. So I'm giving some benefit of the doubt to Ohio State here. They have a top 3 staff in America. Day, I think, is the 3rd best head coach behind Kirby Smart and Curt Cignetti. Arthur Smith, right out of the gate, is going to be a top 15, top 20 offensive coordinator with room to move inside the top 10. Patricia is a top 5 defensive coordinator right now. Their assistant staff with Mickey Marotti, Larry Johnson, Carlos Loughlin, Tim Walton, James Laurinaitis, they're all at the top of their game. It all comes down to me, tight end and offensive tackle, and a bit of the center position. It comes down to also how important was the defense last season for last season's success. Ohio State only scored about 13 points per game against the FPI top 15 last year. That, for context, is about a 2023 Penn State level offensive production. The offense was quietly, I would not say a paper tiger because they had great players. It was very disappointing given the talent composite it had. And if that offense only improves a little bit and the defense takes a sizable step back, you could go from 12-0 to 9-3, or potentially there could even be a little bit more downside than 9-3 with that schedule. However, I do believe the defense will be top 10. Last year, I don't think the offense was top 10. I think it was a top 15 unit. It was really good against the weak, pretty pitiful against the top. And I believe that this season, the offense, with an offensive guard room that I think is one of the nation's best, a great center in Carson Hinsman, questions at tackle, but still they're going to be one of the better tackle rooms in America, and eliteness at wide receiver, running back, and quarterback with good depth. They're going to be in the college football playoff. They're going to at least win a college football playoff game. They're going to be contending for a national title as they do every year under Ryan Day. Oregon is up next. Have them at 12-0, winning all their games in the regular season. Boise State, Oklahoma State, Portland State, USC, UCLA, Nebraska, Illinois, Northwestern, even Ohio State on the road. Because I'm just that much high on Oregon this year, or higher on them than other people are. Michigan, Michigan State, and Washington. But losing to Indiana in the Big Ten title game. How interesting is that? Well, with Oregon, I have them power rated number 1. So now that you know that, this shouldn't be that surprising. I believe they're the number 1 team in America, and they're not quite in a tier of their own, but they're in a sub-tier of their own, for sure. There are 6 teams that I have right now as teams where you could make a case for them to be in the top 3, I would say, of national title odds, and you can make a case for any of them to be preseason power rated number 1. Oregon, I believe, is the strongest case. Why? Well, they return their entire defensive line, 2 future first-rounders in DeCorian Moore and Brandon Finney Jr. at wide receiver and corner, respectively. They return possibly the best quarterback in college football in Dante Moore, an elite running back duo who were true freshmen last year. They've recruited well in the O-line. They've developed well in the O-line. They returned Jamari Johnson, who's projected to be a first-round tight end. And they're confident in safety and confident at linebacker. Really confident at every position. They're the deepest team in the country outside of maybe Georgia, in my estimation. And they're the most talented, in my estimation. So yes, they are going to beat every team power rated below them, with the exception in my mind of Ohio State or Indiana. They play anyone else in the Big Ten, even unlike Indiana or unlike Ohio State, who I could see dropping some of their road games or just games in general against inferior competition. Oregon's not doing that. And they're not doing that because of the talent they have, the depth they have, the fact that this team is basically last year's team, but older, more talented, deeper, more experienced. I have them losing to Indiana due to coaching. Indiana is the team that out of any contender entering 2026, I am giving supreme benefit of the doubt to, because of what they've done the past 2 seasons. No one else has been able to do that. I don't think anyone else will do that moving forward in college football. Lanning I have as the 4th best head coach, clearly behind the top 3, but I think that he's next up if there is a next up head coach to join that category. And while the coordinators are questionable, let's not get that mistaken, I think they're going to pan out, at least to a certain degree. Dan Lanning, much like Ryan Day, much like Kirby Smart, much like Curt Cignetti, most of the assistants he hires, they pan out. So I'm going to give some benefit of the doubt there, and their assistant staff, especially on the lines of scrimmage with O-line coach Alik Terry, D-line coach Tony Tuioti. They got, Chris Hampton was the previous secondary coach, now the DC. Imagine still working with the secondary. They have excellent assistants. I don't have many questions for them outside of special teams. And as we've seen before with Ohio State, almost saw with Michigan in the Rose Bowl in 2023, Indiana knows very well the year before they won it all that special teams really hurt them against Ohio State in that big game. Special teams can come back to bite you. We're really just nitpicking when it comes to Oregon's roster here, more so than any other roster in the sport. They don't have weaknesses. They just have parts of their roster that aren't as strong as other parts of the roster, which is always going to be the case with any college football team. Indiana, I have repeating winning the Big Ten. We'll see if I have them repeating as national champions, but they're repeating as Big Ten champions in my book. And the biggest piece of this has to do with the fact that they have the easiest schedule of the Big Three, and by quite a good bit in my metrics. It's way easier than Ohio State's, though, to be fair. Pretty much every schedule outside of the top 10, which Oregon's and Indiana's are, is much easier than Ohio State's. It's that tough. Same with some other teams in the Big Ten and the SEC. You're also looking at the best coaching staff in college football. What Curt Cignetti did is unfathomable. It shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't be possible, yet it is. Why? Well, in my mind, the only explanation is they're just more disciplined than you. They scout better than you. They develop better than you. And some people will push back on that. And I can listen to it to a certain degree, but there's another degree to this where they're not a fluke. Nothing analytically proves them to be a fluke. You look at FEI, efficiency, and their strength of record, they blow every previous national champion out of the water park in terms of strength of record when you look at FEI, because they were undefeated and no previous champion in college football history had faced the amount of top-end teams that IU did in totality in terms of the top 25. I think Ohio State may have faced more top 10 teams the year before, but they lost to one of them, and they lost to a bad Michigan team. They're the second team in college football history to go 16-0, and they're the first in my mind because I don't really care about that Yale team. They did it with a BCR outside of the top 70, and they only averaged, I think, 2.5 close wins per season. They were against a Michigan team in 2024 that had multiple first-round picks, against an Iowa team that set a school record for total picks and was at home, a Penn State team that nearly had double-digit draft picks and was at home, an Ohio State team that set a record for top 11 picks in the 21st century, the most since 1968 with Michigan State, and a Miami team that had 3 first-rounders on the lines of scrimmage and was even older than the Hoosiers were, with a good quarterback in Carson Beck who's overhated to this day, and a healthy Mark Fletcher and a healthy Malachi Toney and other first-rounders on that team. They weren't close wins against scrubs like TCU had or Washington had, those teams that made the national title game. There is nothing that is unsustainable about this. Nothing. There are things that won't be replicated because, well, even Nick Saban lost games in the regular season. Because Indiana won 5 close games and hasn't lost any yet, and eventually they are going to lose a close game or 2. They might even lose by double digits. Ohio State did it even last year with all their talent. I've seen, Michigan lose by that much in 2021. I've seen Ohio State beforehand. I've seen Georgia get depantsed before. It happens to even the best. There's nothing unsustainable about Indiana being a national title contender, though. There is something unsustainable to going 16-0, because it's unsustainable for everyone to go 16-0 every year. There's nothing unsustainable about them being a national title contender and one of the best teams in the sport, though. Nothing about it. Indiana has the best coach in Curt Cignetti. They have a great offensive coordinator in Mike Shanahan, where I don't have Shanahan as OC number 1 because I think Cignetti's heavily involved in the offense, and I want to see Cignetti and Shanahan continue to cycle through quarterbacks. I have absolute trust in Cignetti and his assistants. Coordinator-wise, Bryant Haynes right now I think is an elite defensive coordinator. Shanahan, I want to see more of just because I know that Cignetti's involved with the offense. But regardless, Shanahan, I think, is the nation's number 1 wide receivers coach right now, with Brian Hartline becoming a head coach. So they have the number 1 receivers coach, number 1 head coach. Several of their defensive assistants are probably number 1 or close to it in their categories. They have, in my estimation, the best run-blocking offensive line. Pass blocking is a question. And they could contend for the best secondary, best linebacker group, and best defense and best defensive line. Their only questions are depth on both sides of the ball. They're just not quite as deep as a Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, etc. They're close. They're deeper than they were last year, but they're still working on that. And I would also say a bit of offensive tackle and tight end. And also the drop-off from Mendoza to Hoover, if there is a drop-off at all. But I have Indiana's number 2 in my power ratings, Oregon number 1, Ohio State number 4, USC and Michigan top 10, other Big Ten teams who aren't top 10 but I think are rated highly and could crash the playoff picture, Iowa, Penn State, and Washington. Those are my penultimate big... Damn it. Just couldn't quite get to the end without a misstep, but that's okay. Those are my penultimate Big Ten predictions. We will be releasing final Big Ten predictions later in July. We'll be releasing those then. All right, that was a blast of a segment, guys. Thank you very much. That was an absolute blast. Went a little bit longer than I thought, but only by 15 minutes, and usually those prediction segments go way longer. That's like my shortest prediction segment that we have done in quite some time. Top 25 Big Ten questions are up next. You're going to want to sit through this one. You're really going to want to sit through this one. Top 25 Big Ten questions entering the summer. The top 25 Big Ten questions are determined by how large the impact of the answer is on both the conference, but also on college football, on the sport at large. And before we get to this, actually, I do see a super chat. I don't want to forget about it, even though I was in the groove there. I'm still going to be in the groove. So let's get to this super chat here. It's a $50 super chat, which is just insane on my first day back in a long time. I really appreciate it here. Thank you to Grant Noakes for the $50 super chat. Let's see if I can pull it up here. Yes, I can. Thank you, Sam, for your intelligent analysis. Go IU. Thank you, Grant, for the $50 super chat. And for you, Hoosiers. I hope that didn't sound too cringe. I think I put enough diaphragm into it, but it's not as electric as what Curt Cignetti did after the Rose Bowl, the Peach Bowl, maybe both of them. But you're welcome. Yeah. Go Indiana. And if anyone else has a super chat, you can send it in between the different segments, I will pop it up, give you a thanks. If you have a question, I'll try to answer it. Thank you, all of you, for being on here And let's get to the top 25 Big Ten questions entering 2026. Top 25 Big Ten questions entering 2026. Or entering the summer. I didn't phrase that right. Top 25 Big Ten questions entering the summer. The questions are determined by the impact on the Big Ten and also on the sport at large, their impact on college football. The first group of questions, we're going to be starting at the bottom, rising to the top, so saving the juiciest questions for last. We have a bundle of 5. I like bundles of 5. And this bundle includes Iowa, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nebraska, and UCLA. One very impactful question for the Big Ten here is, what is Bob Chesney building at UCLA? There's obviously the long-run implications, but what about just this season? UCLA could put even more pressure on mid-level, lower-level Big Ten teams. Indiana is already doing this. UCLA, if they come out and they win 8, 9, 10 games, or if they contend for the playoffs, or they even make it, or they're just competitive immediately in year one, that could put more pressure on a Luke Fickell, a Matt Rule, a Mike Locksley, or even a Pat Fitzgerald who's at a more established football program. It could put pressure on PJ Fleck, Brett Bielema if he doesn't have a very good year. Could put pressure on Barry Odom, Greg Schiano. What UCLA does this year, who they are as a team, what they're building towards, how sustainable their wins look like, how many wins they have, that's a huge question for the long run, but also for this season, as that could cause some intriguing dominoes to fall. Nebraska's staff is a position that has a lot of questions in my mind, because they've always, and I mean always, have had the talent to beat the mid-level and low-level teams. They never beat all of them, though. Not under Frost, not under Riley. They've done a better job under Rule, but haven't completed a season where they beat everyone they should beat, and you feel, we're now fighting to move up to the next level instead of simply treading water at the level that we're at. That's very important, and they overhauled their staff. They brought in Jeep Wade to coach the offensive line. They brought in Rob Orich to coach the defense. Do those staffers, does that staff overhaul pay off immediately? Or does it take a bit long? Or does it completely fall flat on its face, as previous Nebraska staff overhauls have? That could be the difference between Rule being fired, between Rule being a widely renowned and respected head coach at the end of the year, could give him his first top 25 win at Nebraska, could even put Nebraska maybe in the playoff conversation when they play Ohio State towards the end of the year, and then Iowa after that. Could earn them their first win over Iowa under Matt Rule, which would be hugely important. Speaking of Iowa, did Iowa reload in the lines of scrimmage? Losing Jennings Dunker, losing other key players on the offensive and defensive line, such as defensive tackle Aaron Graves. I trust Iowa to be decent on the defensive line, but do I trust them to be elite there? Not really on the defensive line. Offensive line, I think they'll be elite this year, but there's still questions there. They're relying on some transfers, some younger players at those positions to step up. I'm curious to see if they reload on the lines of scrimmage there. Very confident in their defensive backfield, confident in most positions on the O-line, confident at running back. Not very confident wide receiver and QB, and history indicates you shouldn't be. So if Iowa wants to continue to make progress in those areas while not dropping off in other areas, they need to reload on the D-line and on the offensive line as well. Wisconsin, they have a question in this bundle of 5. How well did they hit on their portal class? They brought in Colton Joseph. They brought in Abu Sama. They brought in Junior Poyser. Some players at wide receiver whose names that I honestly forget, but one of them is, I think, Jalen Domingo, who was really good at the FCS level or even a lower level than that they're pretty high on internally. They retained Mason Posa and Cooper Catalano. They overhauled the secondary, bringing in Bryce West at nickel. Say all those guys hit, and the offensive line hits too, with Austin Kowecki at center, and Eric Mateos has a phenomenal O-line or a really improved unit in year one. Well, with that schedule, you're talking about maybe a 10-2 Wisconsin team. If they completely bomb it, you could be talking about 2-10, and the team quits at the end of September. Wisconsin, even with an easy schedule, has one of the widest range of outcomes that I think I can remember for a college football team. Because the schedule, in truth, is that easy. They have no automatic loss, in my opinion, outside of the Week 1 game against Notre Dame, and given Freeman's history of sometimes not performing against inferior teams, and the fact that it's Week 1 and anything can happen, that may not even be an auto loss. They also, outside of the 2 G5 teams they have in their schedule, don't have a guaranteed win either. So the sky's the limit for Wisconsin, at least in the regular season. They're not winning a playoff game if they make it. And the floor is the bottomless pit to hell. So how well they hit on the portal class is going to determine where they land. Michigan's staff being right about their defensive front could change the sport this year. Perhaps this question should have been higher on the list, but many of these questions have a huge impact. So I put this question in this bundle because, look, if Michigan is right about its defensive front, that could change the sport. If Bryce Underwood, if the offense, if the backfield, if the linebacker core also pan out. So it's not the most impactful question. But Michigan's staff has been very high in a defensive front that includes John Henry Daly, that includes Trey Pierce, that includes Eno Etta, and has some other players, younger players, that might see early playing time, like Titan Davis or Nate Marshall, who's been in the program for about 2 years now, at his full season last year. So if the staff's right about the defensive front, you could see a Michigan team that can be dominant on the lines of scrimmage again. And Michigan's kind of missed that in 2024 a little bit, and in 2025 they missed that a whole lot. These next questions include Oregon, USC, Ohio State, and Indiana. A lot of this has to relate to the offensive lines. Offensive line is an important position. It's not quite as important as quarterback or as the offense or defense collectively. I'd even argue for some schools defensive line is more important. We'll get to some of those later. These questions here mostly relate to lines of scrimmage play, with the exception of USC replacing Lemon and Lane. I am giving them benefit of the doubt here. It's part of the reason why I expect USC to be a top 10 team this season. But I also believe, and believe this quite strongly, actually, that Dennis Simmons is an elite wide receivers coach. And they have talent there. And look, Terrell Anderson comes in from NC State. He was a great player at the ACC level. He's going to have a better quarterback and a better supporting cast around him. Tanu Kynes had over 500 receiving yards last year as a true freshman, or somewhere in that ballpark. They've recruited well there. And also, with the emergence of Mark Bowman, who will be a better tight end than anyone USC had last year, you're going to have a different type of pass-catching room. So it's an important question. It's not going to be answered negatively, though, in my mind. But its impact is pretty huge because, say it is answered negatively, and Lincoln Riley might have a different job after 2026. With Indiana, one of the only questions they have where I don't know if I have a positive or negative answer is by how much does their pass blocking improve? By how much? It's going to improve since they return both of their tackles, but Mendoza was also the best quarterback by quite a bit last year. From a college standpoint, and he, from an NFL angle, he would have only been drafted behind Arch Manning, and Manning would have been taken because of physical tools. Mendoza was the most NFL-ready quarterback last year and the best in college, which is not always... That's not always the case. Your number one college QB or number one NFL-ready QB is not always the other, per se. Mendoza was that. So if Hoover is a drop-off, and especially by quite a bit, the pass blocking will have to improve by a lot for it to not produce similar numbers as it did last year, which were numbers that were a bit concerning, especially against top-end teams. I am kind of at a neutral road here with this question. We'll see. I am higher on Carter Smith than I was, I think, a few weeks ago. Wonder how Ajani will improve in his first full season as a starter. He started toward the end of last year. It's an offensive line that I think is elite, possibly the best at run blocking. Pass blocking, that was a concern last year. And at times, they got killed at that position. In the Penn State game, They didn't do an extremely good job against Ohio State. They got killed by Miami, so on and so forth. Need to see some improvement there. It's the same with USC's defensive line, Ohio State, and Oregon's offensive line. Ohio State's offensive line was, outside of some youth at the skill positions, pretty much the reason they didn't go back-to-back. It was a unit that was serviceable in pass blocking. It was absolutely, given the talent they had, an atrocity at run blocking. Missed assignments left and right, moments against Miami, or at times even against Indiana, where they looked like the weaker side of the lines of scrimmage, despite being more talented. Just confusion all around, depth pieces not panning out the way that they had in previous seasons, and that was all after the previous year where they won the national title, and a lot of people had them as a Joe Moore Award contender last year. I expect improvement here, but the question is, much like Indiana's pass blocking, how much does Ohio State's O-line as a unit improve? Are they like the 2024 unit, which was elite in pass blocking, just men run blocking? Are they in between that unit and last year's unit? Are they more like some of the older school Ohio State offensive lines that gave up maybe more sacks, but also could force feed any running back they had in their room 5 to 6 yards per carry? What are they? Because with the schedule they have, and with the type of scheme I imagine they're going to be running with Arthur Smith and Ryan Day collaborating on the offense, not just Ryan Day calling it and Brian Hartline has, input or can make choices based on the philosophy Day has. It's a bit different there. This O-line's going to determine a hell of a lot, especially with the loss of Carnell Tate and the pass catcher room being a little bit weaker. With Oregon, do they reload? They were the best O-line, I think, out of Indiana's, Ohio State's, and their own last year. Out of the big three in the Big Ten last year, Oregon, I think, was the best in pass protection, and I also believe that Oregon had the highest ceiling in run blocking. They didn't have the highest floor there. They were a bit boom or bust in the run department, and with those three offensive lines, all of them were basically starting 5 guards for the entire season based on their current skill level in 2025. Oregon loses 3 starters. Indiana and Ohio State basically only lose 1, especially if you factor in the portal for Indiana. They only lose 1. Ohio State, they lost their weakest link. Indiana lost one of their strongest links, but also was probably the best performing relative to its talent last year. With Oregon, if they simply are what their offensive line was last year, with all the other improvements they've made, they're probably preseason number 1. If they're a little bit better in some instances, which is possible with the returning interior production they have and with how well they've recruited and developed there, and last year kind of being a down year for their offensive line, well then they probably win the national title and aren't just number 1 for much of the year with a good chance at winning the title. It's a very impactful question. USC's defensive line, if it plays to its potential, that's the last question of this bundle, they will beat one of Ohio State, Oregon, or Indiana. And I say that a little bit lightly because then if Indiana, Ohio State, and Oregon all improve on the O-line or are great there, they could negate that. But on my estimation, if USC plays to its ceiling on D-line, they could have a top 10 or top 5 D-line. And that with Patterson likely means they have a top 20 or top 15 defense. And with Ohio State and Oregon having to travel there, and how USC's played at home versus on the road under Riley, they could very well pick off one of those 3 teams, especially the 2 that play on the road in the Collie, in Oregon and Ohio State. This next bundle's pretty interesting because we get Washington twice, and Penn State, and then Oregon and Ohio State again. Mostly this is about quarterback. It's a bit about some other things, though. Can Dante Moore, Julian Sayin, and DeMond Williams improve and take steps forward? Dante Moore I have right now as the number 2 college QB. Sayin is top 5, or if not top 5, number 6, and no lower than number 6. And I believe Williams is somewhere around 10 or 11, maybe 9. He's around that 10 spot. So I do expect all of them in a variety of ways to take steps forward, I would say. DeMond Williams last year was a top 25 quarterback who in big games, struggled with downfield vision, struggled with confidence. I think he relied too much on his athleticism, and then when he played Oregon, Ohio State, Michigan, and Wisconsin, whose defensive fronts were more talented than his offensive fronts, and as talented as he was, well, they were able to shut down those offenses. He needs to rely less on his legs, needs to develop more as a passer, be more confident, not make as many errant throws, and just evolve and mature. Dante Moore and Sayin are a bit similar. You know, every quarterback becomes worse under pressure, but Fernando Mendoza was under pressure for pretty much the entire season in big games, and he stepped up in those games. We've not seen that from Sayin, and we've seen that maybe a little bit more with Dante Moore, because I think that Texas Tech game was pretty decent when you consider what Tech was able to do defensively. Sayin's even had some good moments in those big games. I do think last year, though, that Dante Moore as a college QB had a lot of up and down. Sayin's floor was higher, but given the supporting cast he had and the defense he had, he was a big reason why Ohio State only scored a little under 2 touchdowns per game against the top 15. Very limited against Texas, and against Indiana and Miami, he looked similar to DeMond Williams, where he was relying on his supporting cast having a huge edge a bit too much, and when there wasn't a, quick, easy read to make where, Jeremiah Smith or Carnell Tate are being covered by Penn State's DBs, that's an automatic win, he did struggle a bit. I do expect those 3 to take next steps, but that doesn't mean that they're guaranteed to. That doesn't mean that at all. I've gotten things wrong before. Everyone's gotten things wrong before. There's a decent chance that one of those players is pretty similar to who they were last year, and that's not good for those respective teams. Washington's other question is, how much does their defense improve? Last season, when you look at FEI ratings by BCF Toys, Brian Freemo, I think is how you say his name, Washington was 20th in defensive efficiency. In ESPN's efficiency ratings last year, Washington's defense was 19th. And in S&P Plus, they had a pretty damn good defense too. They return Zeri Alexander. They return Rylon Dillard Allen. They return Rashawn Clark. They return Dylan Robinson, Alinius Davis, a lot of these great players. And they were so good at stopping the run last year. That was really their strength. That's why they were able to stay in the game against Michigan. They were able to stay in the game against Michigan because they were able to stop Michigan's rushing attack enough and do well enough in the lines of scrimmage to force an inconsistent and poorly coached Michigan offense to make some errors here and there. It's also why they were in the game against Ohio State for 3 quarters, because Ohio State wanted to run the ball, and they couldn't do so against Washington. They also limited Oregon to under 4 yards per carry. That is a defense where if it takes another step, especially in pass defense and pass rush, and is as good or better on defense with what they return at QB and O-line, they could get Indiana at home. They could get Oregon on the road. They could beat USC on the road. They could be a college football playoff contender, or maybe even a very, very fringe national title contender if the defense does take a huge leap. It was that good of a defense last year. For Penn State, it's all about the scope of the coaching upgrade. How large was it? Matt Campbell comes in. Matt Campbell has more regular season top 10 FPI wins than James Franklin does. Now, I don't know if he's as good of a recruiter, and I don't know how he's going to rebuild Penn State because Franklin left, took a huge piece of the staff with him, took large portions of the roster with him, and Penn State was a senior-laden team last year, so even if Franklin stayed, they were always going to be in a bit of a rebuilding or building year in 2026. So the scope of the upgrade is very important here. If they do have a top 10 staff, then with the roster they have, they're probably going 9-3 at worst, 10-2, 11-1, could even go 12-0 with that schedule. It's the easiest in the Big Ten per my metrics. And if it's a bit overvalued, or maybe there's a transition period there, they could disappoint and only win 7 or 8 games. Ohio State, USC, Oregon, Michigan, and Indiana are in this next batch. These are my top 5 Big Ten teams. I'm not really moving off of that in the preseason, though if Washington ejected one of Michigan or USC for the top 5, that wouldn't exactly shock me. What version of Arthur Smith we get in 2026 could decide whether or not Ohio State misses the playoffs and the fan base wants Ryan Day fired and doesn't think he's a top 10 coach, or it could lead Ohio State to go 15-1, 14-2 again. Maybe, although I kind of doubt it with the tough schedule, but Ohio State's Ohio State. They could always go undefeated, even a 16-0 national title season. If you get the Arthur Smith that was the OC of the Titans, then if Ohio State disappoints, it's probably not because of his play calling. This is the Arthur Smith that force-fed his wide receiver 1 and his running back 1. Now, it's easy to force-feed Derrick Henry. I don't think Bo Jackson's Derrick Henry, but Bo Jackson also is a really damn good running back, and Jeremiah Smith is a Derrick Henry caliber athlete at the wide receiver position. If you get the Arthur Smith, where with the Falcons he turned his best players into decoys, ran a bunch of trick plays, was really finessey, got a bit too complex and cute, then with what they're losing in terms of high caliber athleticism and the toughness of schedule, you likely are staring down the barrel of 3 losses. Maybe even 4. Because the schedule's that tough. No one thought Georgia would be capable of losing 3 or 4 regular season games until 2024, when Alabama went up like 28-0 on them, and they played in close contests against Kentucky, Georgia Tech, Tennessee, got hosed by Ole Miss. Florida played them competitively until Lagway got hurt. Texas played them competitively in the SEC title game, etc. That's how tough this schedule is per preseason metrics. So what type of Arthur Smith we get, much like with what version of Matt Patricia we got last year, and thankfully Ohio State got the elite version of him, the Patriots version of him, and he meshed well with the roster. Those things will determine a hell of a lot. It's the same with Gary Patterson on USC's defense. Do you get the Gary Patterson where I was watching the 2010 Rose Bowl before bed last night, and the way that they were able to dominate Wisconsin's rushing attack with smaller, faster players was absurd. And Patterson does not have smaller players on USC's defensive line. They have that at linebacker. Some parts of the secondary I'm not exactly super high on either, but Patterson has one thing that he never had at TCU, and that's a massive athletic defensive line. If he can get in there and formulate improvements immediately, and say USC, I think best case scenario, they get a fringe top 10 defense, top 15, that paired with a top 5 offense means this team's a national title contender. Unlike most top-end teams, due to the difficulty of the schedule, and I don't believe USC preseason is a top 5 team, and if they are one, it will take them a few games to get there. It'll take them a regular season to get there. I think that they will at least drop a game or 2, even at their best. But then if they get into the playoff and they're hitting on all cylinders, they could make a run similar to what Miami did last year. Michigan could do something similar too if Bryce Underwood improves by quite a bit. Improvement is guaranteed because he has a better staff and he's in year 2. But how much does he improve? Is it just, I'm a year older, I'm a year stronger, I'm a year into the strength and conditioning program, I'm learning a college offense? Or is it, I'm maturing, I'm growing, I'm learning from my mistakes, I'm playing to my athletic potential? What type of improvements do we get out of Underwood? He has all the talent in the world. Limitless talent. Talent's never been the question with him. It's never really been a question with Michigan. The question is execution. It's development. It's performing at the blue blood status that you should call yourself to perform at. Michigan did that in 2021, 2022, 2023, and some other years like 2016, 2003, 2006, some seasons in the 90s like the 1997 team, but that's very few and far between. So how much does he improve? And what's the ceiling of Oregon's defensive line? Right now I have it as the most talented defensive line since 23 or 24 Michigan or 22-21 Georgia. Because those are a bit different. Georgia's was a bit more talented than Michigan's. just by the virtue of what they've done so far with the Eagles. Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, what Trayvon Walker's done with the Jaguars. We'll see what these Michigan players do, as they're a bit more green in the NFL than those Georgia players. But it's going to be the best defensive front since one of those two teams. Probably as good or better than Ohio State's in 2024, which was also one of the best that we've seen in recent memory. The ceiling of this unit's limitless. The ceiling of this unit is 2021 Georgia, where you put every O-line you face into a blender. And Oregon can do that this year. And if they play to that ceiling, and they improve, and they have some depth, and say Nasir Wyatt joins the mix, and their second-string defensive line, it would be top 10 nationally if it was on its own team, or top 15, and their starters are clearly number one, then unless something cataclysmic happens at another position, they're going to win the national title. And with Indiana, how far is the drop-off from Mendoza to Hoover? If there is no drop-off, then Indiana may not go 16-0 again, because it's very hard to do, and they won 4 close games last year, but they'd probably be a higher power-rated team even if they had an additional loss in there. If Hoover is Mendoza from last season, then your most insane Indiana fan who's saying that IU will be better this year will be completely correct. However, if there is a slight drop-off, then they'll probably be similar to last year's team, but without that same clutchness. So they might perform better against an Iowa, Penn State, a Michigan State, a Wisconsin, but perform worse in the big games due to the importance of quarterback and how good Mendoza was. If there's a good drop-off, like a solid one, you're looking at a national title contender, but other positions have to improve by quite a bit for them to go back-to-back. And if the drop-off is significant, then they're probably just a playoff contender like they were in 2024, a better team, but with a loaded field, unless it's really, really weak and other top teams don't improve or they regress a whole lot, you're probably not winning at all. So that also determines a huge amount of things at the top. This final series of questions is the most important bunch and bundle. What do you make of what Ohio State lost? I think they're going to reload a decent bit, but I add in decent as a caveat there, because Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles might be the best linebacker duo at Ohio State in the playoff era. Caleb Downs might be the best safety in the college football playoff era at Ohio State. Ohio State, with Caden McDonald, may have had one of their best nose guards in recent memory. And Carnell Tate was picked inside the top 5, which tells you everything you need to know about what Ohio State thought of him. Igbinosun has been Ohio State's best corner of the 2020s outside of Shaun Wade, who was playing out of position in 2020. That's a lot to replace. Now, Ohio State's going to be a national title contender. They're a lock to be a top 10 power-rated team. They'll likely be, I think, in that top 6 or 7 of teams that will actually be a title contender, not just, the fringe of the top 10 who could win it all but need a lot to go right. They're too good of a program. Ryan Day's too good of a coach. Have all the respect in the world for him and that program and that staff. However, if the schedule is as tough as I think it is, and many think it is, and they replace their legends at a serviceable or good level but not an elite level, there is still a path for 2 or 3 losses, and for them to then get put behind the 8 ball. And 2 or 3 losses, if they still get in the playoffs, they're like, oh, that may not matter, because Ohio State went 10-2 in 2024, and then they went on to win it all. And maybe that's the case. But guys, that 2024 team had all the 2025 starters as backups, and every PFF site you looked at told you the backups in the 2024 team were going to be elite. Like, that 2024 team was deep, deep, deep. I don't know if this Ohio State team is that deep, deep, deep. And with a type of schedule that Ohio State has, 2 or 3 losses and a lot of tough physical games could mean injuries. This team's probably going to have more injuries than last year's team did. That's what happens when you play tough regular season schedules. Just ask Georgia in 2024, Ask them even to a lesser degree last season. So replacing their legends are important. If they totally replace them, then this team being the national title favorite, even with the tough schedule, makes complete sense. If they just replace them at a decent level, they could win it all. They could also miss the playoff. If for whatever reason, and I don't think this will happen, they completely fail to replace them, and they have some really bad busts at the spots where those legends left, then this is going to be probably their worst season under Ryan Day, at least in terms of win-loss record or the margin of victory per game. Did Indiana nail its portal overhaul? That's a very important question, because much like with Ohio State, Ohio State's very reliant on top-end NFL talent. Indiana's been very reliant on the transfer portal. Every program has an influx of nutrition, of blood, of energy, and they lose it. They're transitory. They don't use players right up until the end of their potential career. They have set eligibility. They have set time with those players. They leave. They have to replace them. IU is mostly doing this through the portal. They're getting better at high school recruiting. They're getting deeper, faster, stronger. They've hit on most of their portal evals, so much like Ohio State reloading, I think IU will too here. If they don't, though, they'll take a massive step back. If they have completely overhauled their roster in the portal, there's a chance they actually get a little bit better due to the low talent composite that they had last season and what they return specifically on the lines of scrimmage and the positions that really are continuity-centric on their team. The scope of Michigan's coaching upgrade is another massive question. I have seen on Twitter people think that Michigan didn't actually upgrade their staff that much. And I don't know what to tell you, but there's probably two fan bases that are propagating that. And to Michigan State and Ohio State's credit, Michigan fans will pretty much always say that they suck too. They're very bitter rivals. Ohio State-Michigan is the best rivalry in sports history. Michigan State is very underrated, especially in the football scene. Michigan's staff upgrade, though, how is it not the best in the sport? I mean, are you really going to sit here and say that Sharon Moore had a decent football acumen? I don't think you can say that honestly. And are you going to sit here and tell me that Kyle Whittingham is not a top 15 or top 20 head coach with intellectual honesty? I don't think you can. This is the most important question for Michigan outside of maybe, do they have the talent? And I think they do, just based on how they've recruited. So I'm going to default to Michigan's coaching staff upgrade being their most important question entering this fall. If it's the scope that I think it is, they're a playoff contender. And then if the roster pieces hit because players make the plays, they could even be a natty contender. If for whatever reason, Whittingham was really held back by Utah's, say, incompetence at other things, just speculating that, I'm painting the picture of what if he's even more underrated than I think he is, then Michigan can just explode and completely reemerge, and the Big Ten picture and national title picture is totally changed. Is it likely that happens? No. It's even less likely, though, that Michigan is the same as it ever was from a coaching angle. Maybe from a record angle they are, but that would be due to the schedule being far tougher than it was last year. Can Oregon maximize its roster talent and experience? Not going to spend too much time on this because it's a very broad question, but Oregon has had 2 recruiting classes in a row, back-to-back, that are the highest in quality. Many of those players will be playing some type of a role this year in the team. They have Dante Moore, 5-star QB. They will be starting some blue chippers in the offensive line. They have 4 stars and 5 stars everywhere on the defensive line. Right now, my estimates have them at 4 to 5 first-round picks, and they probably have double-digit first-round picks on their roster currently if you spread the picks across several drafts, not just the 2027 one. I think I had Jamari Johnson, Dante Moore, 2 players on the defensive line, and I think Coy Parrish. I think I had them getting 5 first-round picks, maybe even 6, because with the new 5-for-5 rules and NIL and players constantly coming back, but also the pillaging of the G5, the talent relative to the G5 versus Power 5 is swinging wildly in the Power 4's direction more so than ever before. The parity is coming from the Power 4 being more equal within themselves than before, but the G5 has been totally destroyed. So you're going to get more opportunities to have a draft class like Ohio State's in the future where you set records in terms of top-end talent because there's not as much top-end talent to pluck from the G5 in an NFL draft. Indiana's DNA and what the DNA of their program is, though, I think is the most important question, or the biggest question for the Big Ten entering the summer. Why is that? Well, to simply put it, I and many others view Cignetti as the best head coach in the country and think Indiana's the best staff in the country. So much so that I don't think their blue chip ratio matters a whole lot. It matters to a certain degree. It's the only reason why last year's team wasn't one of the GOAT caliber teams. That and the depth held them back. They're only getting better there. And if Indiana's staff is as good as I think they are, and they're as aligned as I think they are, and what I view their assistant coaches and staff and players and culture as, if that's true, or maybe 110, 120% of what I think it is, then there's a good chance this team goes back to back. And if somehow I'm even underestimating them, which I actually, from a preseason angle, technically have for 2 seasons in a row. Last season I had them making the playoffs and winning a playoff game. In another prediction, I had them barely missing the playoffs, but power rated as if they should have been in, just didn't know if the committee would let them in. And the previous year, I had them going over their win total, but only picked them to win 6 or 7 games. If, say, I underestimate them again, despite being higher on them than most, then this team, yeah, like 100% is going back-to-back. And if the blue-chip talent and the depth don't matter as much as some think, then this team's reloading. And they're only going to get more talented. And in theory, on an average basis, they're actually going to get better in power ratings over time. If a lot of people who are jumping on the train of saying this is unsustainable, they'll be back to irrelevance pretty soon, are correct, then that opens up even more doors for other programs to compete for the title or further cements Oregon and Ohio State's position in the conference. What Indiana is entering 2026 is a very unique historic position that no other program's really been in, with how they won last year and how they won as if they were an Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia type team program, despite having the talent composite of a Chris Peterson Boise State or worse. So what's the DNA of their program? How does their operation work? How is it so successful? Will it continue to be this successful? That's the biggest question in the Big Ten and perhaps in college football entering the fall. Okay, segments again went a little bit longer, but not really to bother, if I'm being honest. It's not in too bad of a way. There's just a lot of loaded information there. I am going to take a quick break here. See that we have a lot of concurrent viewers. Just sit tight, everyone. Need to get some water because I am sweating up here. Need to go to the bathroom. Might even change my shirt. But I will be right back up. Right back up. So, thank you for tuning in. Stay on. We're probably going to be on here until 8, maybe even 8:15 p.m. So, we're about like halfway through or 40% through, at least. I'll see you back here really soon. Can I just vent to you guys for a quick second? It is so hot up here. So hot that I honestly I cannot believe how hot it is. I can't do it. Seems like there's an argument going on in the chat. What's going on here? I don't quite know. Oh well. It's been a really good show, so the show must go on. Okay. Top 10 underrated college football teams. Let's oh, my tag is sticking up. Yeah, I changed my shirt. It's too hot in here. I think I found an effective way to keep things cool, but I want to make it even more effective. It's just on a day like today, it's so hot. It's so hard to keep cool. Top 10 underrated teams in 2026. Which teams are being disrespected? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comment section below. We're going to start with the top teams. The top teams who I believe are still underrated. And we have some bonuses at the end. We're actually going to go over 12 teams here. But the first team is the Oregon Ducks. Oregon went 13-2 last year, 8-1 in the Big Ten. They reached the CFP semifinals, and their two losses came to Indiana twice, the 16-0 national champions. Their preseason win total is 10.5, and honestly, guys, this isn't over right here. Their floor is 10-2. Their ceiling is 12-0. Their ceiling is really 16-0 with the schedule and roster that they have. I see greatness everywhere. I see it with Dante Moore. I see it with their defensive line, Amari Washington, Bear Alexander, Tatum Tuioti, Mateo Iungale. I see it with Brandon Finney, with DeCorian Moore. I see it everywhere. This is a defensive line, a defense that'll be contending for that 40 to 50 plus sack total that will only be allowing below 2 touchdowns in terms of points per game allowed. It'll be a 0.2, 0.175 points per play allowed defense. And I do trust Dan Lanning with coordinator hires because he's proven that he knows how to put together a staff. And that also translates to me trusting them to reload on the offensive line. I see Oregon outside the top 5 in so many preseason top 25s. USA Today had them ranked 8th. Last year, CBS Power rated them below Illinois. Part of me just thinks that, Oregon, people just don't watch them. And they don't watch them because they're on the West Coast, or they don't like their brand, or they're viewed as a team that isn't yet quite physical enough, or good enough, or national title good. And they're my preseason number 1 team, and by quite a good bit. And people who know what they're talking about, who I watch, they have a lot of respect for them. McElroy, or McElroy, and Klatt has respect for them. And you also look at a smaller channel that I frequent, Bald Father Bets. Chris Drew on Dead Air Sports, he has them number 1. The public and a lot of analysts are undervaluing this team. You dig deeper, and this is the number 1, at worst number 2 or number 3 team in the sport. They are a lock to be a top 5 team. Indiana, in the winter, I might have said they were even a bit overrated, certainly properly rated. Now I take a look at what's happening in the national media and perception with the Hoosiers, and this is an underrated team. This is a top 5 team. They have the number 1 coaching staff, and I think that's pretty unanimous. They have a great defensive roster that might have some depth concerns, but most teams do. And they return what could be the best college D-tackle duo in the sport, possibly the best linebacker duo, could have a great corner duo and safety group, and the DNs they got from Kansas State, yeah, sure, they could not pan out, but most transfers to Indiana through 2 years now, And with several transfers, so we have a large sample size, have panned out and have developed and gotten better year over year over year. And we've seen players that Cignetti has mentored for their entire career, or most of their career, do well and progress year over year over year. Josh Hoover, we'll have to see how he does, but he'll no doubt improve in Cignetti's system, as every quarterback who's transferred in there, whether at Indiana or pre-Indiana with Cignetti's different stops, has. Their offensive line should improve. Their defense should, on paper, improve. They got Nick Marsh to replace Omar Cooper and return Charlie Becker. At running back, they're loaded. This is a national title caliber team. Last year, they went 16-0 and 9-0. They won the Big Ten. They won it all. Their preseason win total here is 10.5, and it's slightly juiced over last time I checked. So Vegas and a lot of or Vegas or wherever a book is located, New Jersey, as many sports books are, the people that know what they're talking about view this team with high regard and with high respect, even if they might be a bit lower on them than I am. But I'm seeing a lot of opinion of, what they did is unsustainable. They're not going to touch the national title this year. They're going to be a fringe playoff team at best. They're going to go back to irrelevance. And I think that's not a coincidence when you remember how much recruiting dominates the news cycle and how teams often build hype around them for the coming fall based on their current recruiting class performance, even though they have no impact. I remember Texas A&M was getting a lot of hype entering 2022 because of the recruiting class they brought in that year. They're a bunch of freshmen. Even if it's an amazing class, they're not going to pan out in 1 year and immediately help them be a title contender. It's a bunch of BS. It's crap. And that's the same thing with people rapidly selling Indiana when nothing since the winter has changed, and yet people are much lower on them in the spring, post-spring, in the summer than they were in the winter. Much lower on them. I just don't get it. I do not get it. They're totally underrated. Totally underrated. Indiana is underrated. Totally. So, moving on, we have Georgia. And Georgia, I was conflicted about putting them on this list. And the reason I was conflicted is because I think they are accurately ranked. But that's just a definition of them being properly rated by analysts, where I believe that Indiana and Oregon are underrated by analysts and the public. Georgia is very underrated by the public, though, and by some analysts. There are people that question this team's ability to win the national title because of Gunnar Stockton at quarterback. And I hate to tell you all, but Gunnar Stockton is a great quarterback. Gunnar Stockton is not the reason why Georgia struggled last year. The reason why Georgia struggled last year was pretty simple. They struggled in coverage at the beginning of the season, and they still struggled with that and pass rush at the end of the season. They couldn't get pressure on the quarterback at all to start the year, and they looked blind in coverage. They got better in those things as the year progressed, but as injuries piled up, and the fact is you can only improve so much during a season, they ran into some limitations and lost in a close game to Ole Miss, who played Miami competitively. If Georgia beats Ole Miss, there's a chance they beat Miami, and then they get to play Indiana in the national title. They're top 10 in returning production, and they didn't lose a whole lot to the NFL as they've had for the past 3 or 4 years. Like, they're finally returning a bulk of their players and talent and potential aliens. KJ Bolden I have as the nation's best safety. That offensive line might be the best in America. Lawson Lucky, Williams at tight end, Caden Prothrow there, obviously Gunnar Stockton, but then Nate Frazier. Drew Bobo returns at center. I love this team. And then obviously at linebacker, we have a whole lot of talent at linebacker too. I mean, Georgia, I think right now is the best linebacker group in college football with Raylan Wilson, Chris Cole, Justin Williams, and Zayden Walker. So the Bulldogs I view as underrated because the public is telling me, and the sports books are telling me, that this team is 6th or 7th in odds to win it all, and Kirby Smart's a washed coach, and it's just laughable to me. Ohio State is getting all the preseason number one love, and I get that to a certain degree. Ohio State and Georgia both went 12-2 last year, and Georgia actually beat a top 10 power-rated team. Ohio State didn't. Like, they had basically the same season despite Georgia having less talented players, and they return more entering this year with an easier schedule. If you get what I'm saying, Georgia is very undervalued in odds and in terms of public perception. Texas Tech, post-Sorsby, is undervalued. Texas Tech is top 10 in power ratings. I don't care where you put them in 10, as long as they're not higher than, I would say, 6th or 7th. They cannot be lower than like 10, 11, or 12, though. And I'm seeing some people take them outside the top 10 or outside the top 15, and maybe I'm incorrect there. But come on. They, from a record angle, are very likely to make the playoffs. And from a roster angle, they got Mateen Igbaragba, A.J. Holmes, Bryce Butler, Julian LaVenture at D-tackle. They have my top 3 defensive tackles in the Big 12. They have my top 2 edge players in the Big 12, top 2 linebackers, top safety, top corner. They have 2 of my top 5 receivers. They have my top tackle. They have 2 of my top 3 running backs in the Big 12. And Will Hammond has upside here. And their staff I actually have highly regarded because I think Joey McGuire is above average good. I'm a bit higher on him than I was maybe a few months ago, but I need to see a bit more out of him. Mac Leftwich, I need to see more out of him too, but Sheil Wood's a top 10 DC, and that assistant staff knows how to scout, knows how to recruit, and knows who to spend their money on in the portal. My biggest question with them is just depth offensively, a little bit of their offensive line, and the quarterback position. But you put what they have on defense with Austin Romaine, with Trey White, with Mateen Igbaragba, A.J. Holmes, with Bryce Pollock. You put all that together, and you put that together with the fact that their offense should improve, even with Sorsby not playing for them this year, they should be as good as they were last year about in power ratings. And last year, they were a top 10 team. They were 12-2, 8-1, Big 12 champions, and I really like them to go 11-1 or to go 12-0 this season. I forgot about it. I'm hot. I apologize for this with Georgia. Last season they went 12-2. They won the SEC. I mean to do that for all these teams. Just quickly rehash what they did in 2025. Georgia's win total is 9.5. I do not advise gambling. If you have the money and you know how to do it responsibly, bet them over 9.5. There is no way that team goes 9-3. There is not a world where they lose 3 games. Not a world. I have no idea how their win total is that low. Another underrated team to go over is Michigan. Going to keep it short and sweet with you. But Michigan has one of the best staffs in college football after having one of the worst. And I'm seeing people rank them preseason around 15th, which is where people had them last season. Now, just because you were high on them last season and low on them this year doesn't mean, like, your opinion's invalid. There are reasons for that. I'm just talking about the general consensus. Last year, it turned out they were overrated when they were ranked that high at the beginning. This season, I think if they're ranked that high at the beginning, they will be underrated. This is a top 12, top 10 power-rated team. Not top 5, didn't say that, but they are very damn good. Talent was never a problem for them last year. They were a horrifically coached team, and they won 9 games, and they handled Washington, were able to pull away from them. They showed flashes on defense or even offense at times in the big games, even though they got, worked there. Coaching is what ruined them. They now have a great coaching staff. So underrated in my book from a power ratings angle, from a strength of the team angle. It's similar with USC. I've seen USC anywhere from 10 down to 20 or even kind of outside the top 25. That's lunacy. This is a top 12, top 15 team. I have them top 10 personally. Good staff, best staff that Riley's ever had at USC, probably his most complete offense outside of maybe the 2022 offense, and it should be his best defense that he's ever had. by a good bit with the best defensive coordinator, or one of the best defensive coordinators that he's ever interacted with. Because Lynn is pretty good. Lynn, it just didn't work as expected there, but Lynn is a good DC. That probably has to do with some reasons, not just that involve Lynn, but also Riley. He did a good job at improving USC's defense from being outside the top 120 in major categories to being inside the top 50 or top 60 in many of them. That takes insane improvement. They're continuing to figure out defense. They return a great QB. Their running back room is stacked. They're a lot like Michigan, in my opinion. Talent's never been an issue. It's been coaching or development or youth or depth. Michigan and USC return a lot this year. USC gets a little bit of a coaching upgrade. Michigan's coaching upgrade is just absolutely major. Both went 9-4 last year. Both lost their bowl game. Both went 7-2 in Big Ten play, and both have a win total of 8.5 entering 2026. Washington, there's been a lot of Big Ten teams here, and that's because I think that the Big Ten from a national analyst angle and even from a public angle is still a bit undervalued. But this is, I believe, is the last or second to last Big Ten team we're including in here. Washington's win total is 7.5 preseason. They were 9-4, 5-4 last year, and they were top 25 in power ratings across the board. When I look at the Huskies, I see a great staff. I see a great defense. Special teams is a question. It always has been with Jed Fish. But the offense will improve. The defense will improve because they're bringing back a majority of their starters that finished the season, including players, a handful of really good true freshmen, including on offense with Desmond Roebuck. So they're going to reload a little bit better than people think at wide receiver. They're going to improve defensively. They returned Damon Williams, and I know he left the team for a little bit, and people were questioning how that would impact the culture, but he rejoined pretty quickly, and from what it sounds like, all is forgiven. It's understood that it was a business decision, and he's back with the team practicing with them and doing pretty well. Ryan Walters is a top 10 defensive coordinator, and when you pair that with a veteran defense that's really good at stopping the run, that has more talent at DB than they did last year, probably more talent at defensive end too, you are looking at a team that is poised to take a step forward. I see so many people that do not have Washington top 25, or at the very least don't have them top 20. This team isn't just top 20. I have them 13th in my metrics. I have them top 15, closer to top 10 than to just being barely inside the top 20. I have a lot of respect for Washington this year. You should too. I mean, they return a freak athlete at QB. They return a bulk of their O-line, and they did well in the portal on defense, on parts of the offense. They return a lot from a defense that only allowed like 4 yards per carry last year or something along those lines. It was one of the top running defenses. I'm impressed with what I see from Washington, and I think some people are scared because they bet on Washington last year and they got burned in the big games. This is Washington's actual breakout season, 2026. That's when Washington will break out this season. Florida is undervalued. Much like Michigan, you are going from one of the worst coaches and one of the worst coaching staffs to a much improved staff. Faulkner's a top 10 offensive coordinator. Their assistant staff includes guys like Phil Trotween, who I think are some of the best at their positions. Trotween's their O-line coach. They retained Napier's defensive line coach, and Florida's D-line was one of the only good things they had under Napier. And Brad White and John Summerall, I think, are top 25 at their positions. Summerall has a lot of room for upside, a ton of room for upside. And when I see Vernell Brown, when I see Dallas Wilson, when I see a running back room with, Evan Pryor, and a running back room with Jaden Baugh, Eric Singleton transfers in, they retain Kenijah Harris and Harrison Moore on the O-line. Defensively, Jaden Woods, Brennan Batt, Cameron James, they come back. Miles Graham comes back at linebacker. They return a lot of key talent. The schedule, I think, sets up nicely for them. Much like last season, a lot of people were burned by Florida. Even I was. I wasn't as high on them as most people were, but I still viewed them as a top 25 team. And you know what? They just were not. Napier was a total disaster. don't overreact. Don't overcorrect to previous mistakes. Just because your opinions on a team year over year seem inconsistent with what happened or what is projected to happen doesn't mean that you're biased. It doesn't mean that you're an idiot. I'm begging some of you to buy into Washington, and at least, because Florida's burned so many people so many times, it's not the case with Washington, just pay attention to Washington, pay attention to Florida, or pay attention to USC. I know many people have been hurt by some of those teams. It doesn't change the fact that I believe they are underrated this season. Doesn't change that fact. Oklahoma State is underrated. Preseason win total of 5.5. Wait, what? Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. I gotta make sure, hold on, I gotta make sure that this is correct, guys. I think I messed this up in exporting it. Gosh, that's frustrating. Okay, Northwestern, Virginia. I know I'm going through all of this. I'm just making sure. Okay. Sorry, guys, for the confusion here. Okay, so it's known that Virginia is the last team. Then it goes to Oklahoma State, then to Northwestern, then to Auburn. So I switch Auburn and Oklahoma State. That's what I do. No, I switch. I move Auburn up, then Northwestern, and shift Oklahoma State down. So right? I think that should be it. Hold on. Apologies for this, guys. Apologies for it. We're already... Okay. So, even then, we're not correct here. Again, apologies about this. Wait, what? Hold on. Interesting. Yeah, this is frustrating. So it's Oklahoma State, Auburn, Northwestern. That's what I got wrong. Okay. There. Should be that. Okay, it's going to take a little bit for me to catch up, but I think I got it. We'll resume the segment and we'll continue with all of these wonderful things. So, sorry for all of this. You're just going to see these graphics fly across the screen. Thank you all for coming on. It's been a blast, and it will continue to be a blast, even though it's this hot, miserable day. I do absolutely hate it, but it is what it is. Okay, let's do this for the bottom bars. It's, okay. So let's just make sure this is correct. Northwestern, then Oklahoma State, then Virginia. Okay, perfect. So, yeah. Okay. Just making sure everything's okay in the chat. Looks like it. All right. Up next, we have Auburn. Auburn went 5-7, 1-7 last season. Their preseason win total is 6.5. The Auburn Tigers, at least in my mind, majorly upgraded with coaching. Not quite to the degree that Florida and Michigan did, but at a similar at a similar scale. If you zoom in, Michigan and Florida, I think, are in a tier of their own because as bad as Hugh Freeze was, I think that he did a better job with his program relative to where it was at when he took over and where it could go than Sharon Moore or Billy Napier did. I do think that. But he was still very bad. Alex Golesh is a very good coach who retained a top 15 DC in DJ Durkin, who brought back Jeremiah Cobb at running back, who brought in Byron Brown and a lot of good players offensively, but also defensively for the Tigers. This is a team that they've been burned by before, and I think are kind of done in a wait-and-see mood. Even though Auburn doesn't have the raw talent they did last year, the coaching, the depth, and the experience are going to more than make up for that. Northwestern is up next. The Wildcats here have an intriguing staff with a great college play caller in Chip Kelly. Tim McGarrigle has done a serviceable job with Northwestern's defense. A great assistant staff. A head coach in David Braun, who I would argue could be top 25 depending on what he does this season. And an offense that returns a great center in Jackson Carcello, a great guard who was going to be their starting center, but then Carcello got eligibility in Ezomo Uratokai. And they also have Griffin Wilde, Hayden Elegant II, Caleb Komolafe, Aiden Childs transfers in. This is an offense that will be surprisingly lethal to a lot of people, but it shouldn't surprise you since you're watching this. Childs is all the talent in the world. Komolafe was a great running back last year. Northwestern quietly had a very competent O-line, and they returned good players from that, especially with Carcello returning. He was, I think, a top 5 Big Ten center, top 4 Big Ten center last season, and that's counting guys who played last year that didn't play this year, like Pat Coogan, for example. Defensively, you're talking about Josh Fussell. You are discussing Robert Fitzgerald, Braden Turner. It's very impressive when I see what Northwestern has done in the secondary and what they have been able to do on defense. I do strongly think that this is going to be the best defense that Northwestern has had under McGarrigle and under David Braun. And I'm very excited to see what this team can do. Very tough schedule, but I wouldn't be shocked if they played one of Indiana, Ohio State, or Oregon, who they all play them on the road. I wouldn't be shocked if they play one competitively for maybe a half or 3 quarters, or maybe even 4 quarters. They have the staff, they have some players, and if it all clicks together, they could surprise some people this year. Oklahoma State is in a similar boat. Not the most talented team in the world, but they have a lot of production. They have a good staff. They have possibly the best quarterback, best running back, and best receiver in the Big 12. And they have an underrated collection of linebackers, corners, and underrated depth offensively. You know Drew Mestemaker, but do you know 1,000-yard rusher Caleb Hawkins or 1,000-yard receiver Wyatt Young? Or Justin Bowick, who transferred in from Illinois and did well there? What about Chris Barnes? Do you know the name of Ethan Weslowski, who was one of North Texas's best defenders last year at linebacker? Or LaDainian Fields, who played corner at Oklahoma State and was serviceable as a younger player last season? This team is in contention to win the Big 12. They're in contention to play for the national title. They're not going to be a national title contender, but they could be top 25. North Texas was top 25 in several metrics last season, and this Oklahoma State team will essentially be an older, deeper, more mature, better developed North Texas team from last season, from 2025. Last but not least, in my top 10, technically 12 underrated teams, is Virginia. Virginia brought in Bo Pribula, who is an upgrade over Chandler Morris. They return their staff, which in doing research for them, it's a very Service Academy-esque staff. And I can see that by how they were able to punch above their weight class last year. A fairly disciplined team. They have a very underrated offensive line. Noah Jose comes back. They return Drake Metcalf, Mikhail Boley, They lost Trell Harris to Oklahoma, an unfortunate development, but they also got in Tennessee transfer Peyton Lewis from the portal, along with Bo Pribula. And they have an underrated defense. Last year's defense was close to a top 25 unit efficiency-wise. I think this season's defense, yet again, will be close to that, even with some of the losses this team has in totality. Tony Elliott has done a good job there with the Cavaliers, and I expect another good season out of the Cavaliers in 2026. A lot of the teams at the top, people recognize they're at the top, but I do think they're forgotten about in terms of how good they are, some of the players they have. They're not viewed as good as some of the other top programs, which I think is unfair since Georgia has won natties, Indiana just won it all last season and has an amazing staff. And then Oregon, you know, just because they haven't done it yet doesn't mean they won't. And USC, Michigan, Washington, Florida, those type of schools, they have all the talent in the world. They're being underrated because people have been burned by them before. But that doesn't mean they aren't going to be better than they were last year. All of them will be, and quite significantly better, I believe. These final few teams, Virginia especially, I don't see anyone talking about them. Or if they do, it's very select, intelligent people. So to bring awareness, those are my top 10, technically 12, underrated teams entering 2026. All right, now that that is out of the way, it's time to do some team previews. That one took, well, part of it was because of the editing I had to do, so that was fairly unfortunate. We'll talk about now some teams in Indiana, Ohio State, and Oregon. We'll get onto some 5 reasons type content, better or worse, bold predictions, and finish out with some other things here. It's time for the 2026 Indiana football preview. The reigning national champions are in a state that no one has been in before. The last national champion to go 16-0 didn't exist, actually. And we have not had a national champion in college football that has had a blue chip ratio in the single digits. It's a very unique place to be in college football history. Indiana went 16-0. They won 16 games, won 9 of them in Big Ten play. They won the Big Ten championship. They won the Rose Bowl. They won the Peach Bowl. They won the college football playoff national title game and were the best team in college football last year. Their preseason win total is 10.5. They, in terms of odds, are the 3rd most likely Big Ten team to win the conference and win the national title, I do believe. Or I think on FanDuel it's 3rd most likely to win it all, 2nd most likely to win the conference. I think it's best to start off talking about what Indiana brings back from last season, what last season means for their program. With the portal, with all the movement we have in the sport now, yes, previous seasons don't have the same weight entering the next season as they used to. But look at this Indiana trend here. Indiana, and I've said this often, I've brought this up often, made a historic turnaround. And we have a 2-year sample size of them doing incredible things. A 27-2 record since 2024. They were power rated 10th in ESPN's FPI in 2024. They were a top 15 or maybe 10th best team that season. Not really any better, but not worse. Last season, they were number 1 or number 2, depending on who you ask in ratings, and they were number 1 for sure in terms of strength of record and accomplishment. They were the most efficient team in the country last year. They were the best coached. They were the best balanced overall, and the edge they had to them in that playoff run and that postseason run was phenomenal. It was unlike anything I or you have ever seen. We've seen Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama, LSU, Michigan, these other teams go on postseason runs or win it all. No one did it quite like Indiana, though, because of how they were able to do that without being littered everywhere with first rounders or not having a blue chip ratio of 50% or higher, and most of their roster being made up of one-time transfers. That was the best coached national championship team, perhaps in college football history, and certainly of the 2020s. And it's the most impressive college football story of all time. Indiana returns several good players from that team. Charlie Becker. They return Carter Smith, Ademola Ajani. They return Tyreek Tucker, Mario Landino, Jamari Sharp, Elijah Hardy, Isaiah Bones-Jones, Amari Farrell. So many players, and some depth pieces such as Daniel Ndukwe or special teams player Nico Radicic, as kickers and punters and those players often go fairly unnoticed. This team had a top 3 defense and a top 3 offense and a top 10 special teams unit. Peak elite coaching, peak elite team type stuff. I believe Indiana had the number 1 offense and a defense that you could essentially say was tied for best, as Texas Tech, Ohio State, and IU were all so effective in their own way last year that I find it not disrespectful to name one of them number 1. I'm just not confident enough in one of them being better than the other two. They return a good portion, especially on defense, from last season's team, a team that was able to hold Oregon to 22 and 20 points respectively, and 13 of those points in the first matchup were offense. That's very impressive, given how Oregon's offense was very good, had several NFL players. They held Ohio State's to 10. They held Miami's to 21. They held Oregon's in the rematch to 7 points before garbage time ensued. So a really good defense, I think, is about to get better this season. And while the schedule is tougher and there are questions offensively, you have to think that Curt Cignetti and Mike Shanahan and Bryant Haynes know what they're doing. And you have to think that as Indiana's blue chip ratio only goes up, because that stuff matters. If Indiana had, with their coaching and with the quarterback they had, Mendoza, who's round 1, pick 1, if they had the BCR Ohio State did, every one of their wins is by 10 points or more. They do not play in a single close game. The close games, whether due to injuries or due to matchup disadvantages, were because of their lack of blue chip talent. Just point blank. That's the best explanation that we have for that. And yet they were able to overcome it, and they were able to go 16-0 and win it all. It's so impressive. It's why I think they're the number 1 staff in college football. They're poised to contend for being the number 1 program in college football. Their win total of 10.5 and their preseason odds imply that they're going to be a national title contender and Big Ten title contender again. And the schedule lines up perfectly. North Texas, Howard, Western Kentucky, Northwestern, 4 straight road games in September. Their whole September slate will be against teams that are not preseason top 25, per my metrics, and they're all at home. Then they play back-to-back road games at Rutgers and at Nebraska, but again, Indiana should outmatch those teams pretty comfortably. Ohio State, who Indiana is an early favorite against, but by 1.5 or 2.5 points, they play at home on October 17th, and right after that, they play at Michigan on October 24th on the road. Tough back-to-back stretch. If no team on this schedule disappoints, as Penn State did last season, this will probably be Indiana's toughest schedule under Curt Cignetti. After that, they play Minnesota at home, and off their bye, they host USC, travel to Washington, that is a tough back-to-back stretch as well, before hosting rival Purdue. It's a tough schedule. It's not the toughest in the world, though, and they return enough talent from an elite team last year, from a very impressive team, and they return all their coaches except for Chandler Whitmer and except for their head strength and conditioning coach, where they have so much continuity defensively in the supporting staff. They have such a good process, and the schedule's not brutal. It's not a Wisconsin schedule of last year, a Georgia schedule the year before, or what I believe Ohio State's or Michigan's could be this season type of schedule. So there's a lot going in Indiana's favor right now. Currently, I project the starting lineup to be Josh Hoover as the starting quarterback, no duh. Turbo Richard at running back, though him, Lee Beebe, and Kobe Martin will all rotate. I all love them as running backs. Indiana could have the best rushing attack in America. And they might have 2 first-rounders at wide receiver with Nick Marsh and Charlie Becker, who will be starters. If Tyler Morris can stay healthy and develop with Mike Shanahan, who I believe is the nation's best wide receivers coach, now that Hartline is off to USF, then he will start as well and perform at a high level. Brock Schott will be the starting tight end. The offensive line from left tackle to right tackle will be Carter Smith, Drew Evans, Bray Lynch, Joe Brunner, Adedemola Ajani. This is the best run-blocking offensive line in college football. And I imagine based on what we saw last season with those receivers, IU's receivers will be the best at blocking downfield. That was one of their best strengths. Their wide receiver blocking downfield helped them blow out Alabama and Oregon. It was one of the things that also helped them win against Miami, despite Miami dominating the pass rush game, was Indiana's run blocking and being able to get past Ahmad Moten Sr. and those first-rounders just enough to exploit Miami's weaker second-level defense at linebacker, and their receivers blocked downfield enough to get some runs to the outside or block downfield well enough to get some yards after contact, some yards after catch. Defensively, DNs will be Chidobe Izor and Tobio Sunsanmi, though Ndukwe and Burnham will rotate. Tyreek Tucker, Mario Landino will be the tackles. Joe Yelly will rotate with them. Elijah Hardy and Isaiah Jones will be your starting linebackers. Jamari Sharp, A.J. Harris will be the corner duo. Rylan Gandy will be in the mix there. Brian Baldwin Jr. will be the nickel. Preston Zachman is the strong safety. And Amari Farrell, returning starter, veteran on this team, the free safety. And he's actually eligible for a 5th year now the 5-for-5 has been passed. Offensively, love everything about this offense with 2 caveats here. Tight end is a massive question mark. They lost, I think, 2 or 3 tight ends from last year when Nowakowski was really underrated. The other is the passing game as it relates to the middle of the field. So that's tight end. That is also pass blocking and quarterback. I expect pass blocking to make decently big improvements. Quarterback, I expect a regression, though, and those two could tie into each other, given the RPO system, and how Mendoza making correct reads very often turned that into really an overpowered offense, where the only way you could stop it is by absolutely dominating the pass rush scene. It's how Miami played them competitively. Ohio State was a bit different. They had NFL linebackers, so the linebackers weren't frozen by the RPO system, and they could play pretty much normal defense and not have to make many adjustments with the elite unit they had. If Hoover is enough of a downgrade, then Indiana's offense will have to change how it operates if it wants to be at the same efficiency of last season's. I expect this team to improve at running the ball. Passing the football, they lose so much that I have to say there's going to be at least a little bit of a lower floor there. The thing is with this team, and with Indiana as a whole, is the ceiling, because of the lack of blue chip talent, in theory can only get better from here. On defense, I think that's going to pan out. Every position on defense, I think, can contend for being one of the best or perhaps the best at college football. Collegiately. NFL-wise, there are teams that just have enough good players with elite measurables to where I don't think Indiana will have the best NFL defensive tackle duo from an NFL draft angle. But from a college angle, Landino and Tucker are vicious, and could be the best college defensive tackle duo. Could be the same at corner or linebacker. I have this right now as my best defense in college football. Little bit curious about where I'll have Indiana's offense fall when I revise this prediction, when I revise my predictions, period. Not really revise, just do some tweaks to them, make some more official, clear predictions. I have Indiana's offense certainly top 10, though, but Indiana's defense I confidently have as the number 1 defense due to coordinator, position coaches, due to the roster they have on that side of the ball, and the fact that I believe they're deeper than they were last year and just collectively have a better average player defensively this season. Their sack percentage will improve, and their yards per pass and yards per carry allowed, I also believe, will improve. Instead of allowing 0.2 points per play as they did last year, I think they'll allow like 0.175, 0.17, 0.18 points per play and be the nation's best defense. This staff plays into my opinion about Indiana. Indiana has the number one staff. I've already said this, so that's short and sweet. The number one staff can compensate for a lot of things, though. And when you pair the number one staff with more talented players than they've had before, a snowball effect can ensue. Where we've seen this with Ryan Day at Ohio State in the 2024 playoff run, we saw this with Michigan in 2023, where they did not have the most talented roster NFL-wise. That was probably Georgia or even maybe Ohio State. But they had the most talented college roster, a very good, talented NFL roster. Their starting roster was the best, and they had the best staff. So that created a snowball effect where they won these big games, a lot of big games, and they won the national title. That Michigan-Ohio State team did. And Kirby Smart's Georgia teams that came before then, and several Nick Saban teams that came before them. Indiana is in a position here with this staff where they could start a historic run. They already have had a historic run, but I mean, they could make it even more historic, I guess is what I'm saying. And they are going to get the most out of all of their players. They're going to get every ounce of talent they can, and they're going to squeeze it out onto the football field and turn it into valuable, strong production. I have Indiana as my second highest power-rated team in the preseason as of right now. And I'm confident that I'll have them number 2, or certainly top 2, no lower than top 3, as I revise this, as I look into it more. I also have them going over their preseason win total, and I love what they have on their roster and from their team as a whole. Again, number 1 staff, number 1 head coach, number 1 assistant staff, a top 5 DC, and I would say a top 10 OC, solely because of the fact that with how disciplined that unit was and the fact that he's very involved with the receivers, I do give Shanahan credit, even though Cignetti is involved in that offense. He's really good at what he does. He's the number 1 receivers coach, I believe, now that Hartline is off to USF. They have the best run blocking O-line, or very close to it, that with the running backs could translate to the best rushing offense. And if they have that, they don't need to improve a whole lot at pass pro, as long as they don't significantly, and by significantly I mean going from the best quarterback to simply a top 25 quarterback, downgrade at the QB position. As their run offense was multiple, and it was one of the best last year, and in some situations the best, but it had room for improvement. Defensively, I'm not concerned about anything except for maybe the depth, and I think this is a deep defense. It's not as deep as some other schools that have more talent than they do and have recruited at a higher level, but it's deeper than many schools who've recruited at a higher level than IU because of the development, the scouting, and the returning production on that side of the football. So with a top 10 offense and with the number 1 defense, you can probably assume that I have this team doing big things this fall. And I do. They're rated number 2. I have Indiana going 13-0, 9-0, winning the Big Ten again, getting the number 1 seed in the college football playoff. I have Indiana going to the national title game. I didn't include my postseason predictions here to save some time, and also because they're not complete yet. Indiana's most likely record is going to be 11-1. It's statistically probable that with this schedule they do find a loss there, likely to Ohio State, Michigan, Washington, or USC, one of that group of 4. The ceiling of this team is 12-0. The bottom floor here is 9-3, losing to 3 of those 4 big teams. This is one of the best teams in the country. They're going to be competing for a national title. I have them beating Oregon in the Big Ten championship game, as I have Indiana power rated number 2, Oregon number 1. But with a top defense, and defense wins championships, a top-end offense with some slight regression, but an improved defense, a staff that is still the nation's best, and a roster that is deeper than last year's, although without Mendoza, I question where its ceiling is. It's probably, I don't know, screw it. It's higher. The floor and ceiling is higher this year than last year. I just don't know if they're going to play to their ceiling this year the way they did last year because of the change at QB, the change at tight end, and all these valuable positions offensively. It's very hard to go back-to-back, especially go back-to-back both times with a 16-0 record. But I have Indiana winning the Big Ten. Early CFP projections have them losing to Oregon in the national championship game. So that's my prediction for Indiana entering 2026. Have them going 13-0, winning the Big Ten. Think they're pretty much a college football playoff lock, barring an injury bug. Now we have the Ohio State Buckeyes. Here's the 2026 Ohio State football preview. The Buckeyes are 1 year removed from a national championship, and despite what I would say was a very impressive reloading job last year, they fell short going back-to-back, largely because of inexperience at skill position, quarterback, running back, and the offensive line. And also kicker Jaden Fielding, who thankfully is no longer with the program. I will not tolerate any disrespect of last year's defense. I know people got mad at them at times for the Miami game and Miami having a decent rushing attack there. But it's good to start off looking at 2025 and what this team brings back. The defense dominated last season, and the offense was a little bit overvalued. Ohio State and Ryan Day, they made some changes off a 12-2 campaign, which sounds nuts to say, because 12-2 is pretty damn good. Same with winning 9 Big Ten games, and they made the CFP quarterfinals. But starting off 12-0 and then ending 0-2 to finish 12-2 isn't viewed as good enough by that program and by that staff. And nor should it be. It's one of the best, and the best staffs and the best programs try their hardest and damnedest to win every game. Ohio State's the best program in America right now. They're poised to be a top 4 program moving forward in college football with its ever-changing landscape, always growing, always adapting. And Ryan Day, look, his past 3 teams have been better on the defensive side of the ball than the offensive side of the ball. The defense has won them big games. They have talent offensively. They always will. This is a very healthy team and healthy program right now. They return Julian Sayin, Bo Jackson, Jeremiah Smith, Austin Seereveld, Luke Montgomery. They return Kenyatta Jackson Jr., they return Devin Sanchez, return Jermaine Matthews, return Jalen McClain. Connor Hawkins was a huge pickup in the transfer portal. By the way, I mentioned him with the starters because kicker has cost Ohio State a lot of games over the past few seasons, and Hawkins, if his production translates to the Buckeyes, will really help them on the special team side of things. The offense, as I said earlier, was a bit overvalued. S&P Plus I don't like as much as FPI or FEI, but I believe S&P Plus is accurate in saying that Ohio State's offense was not top 10 last year. It was really, really good against the small because they had elite NFL playmakers at receiver and an accurate QB, so they could just dink and dunk or hit a deep pass and get guaranteed touchdowns because no one who wasn't a top 5 defense could cover those two guys, and Ohio State's defense would shut down those offenses. So Ohio State's offense would have pretty much endless possessions throughout the game, endless opportunities to get in the end zone, and with a talent edge, they're eventually just going to do it. But in big games, they scored an average of 12 points between Indiana and between Miami. They scored 12 points. And the one touchdown they got against Indiana came off an interception that placed them in a short field. Ohio State's offense was good last year. It was very far from elite, though. The defense is a bit different. That defense, with Texas Tech and Indiana's, had an argument to be number 1, and it was number 1 in points per play allowed, and was elite as well in points per drive allowed. It was the special teams and the rushing offense that really held this team back. They were the most talented team, though, last year in terms of NFL production. And they sent a lot of guys off to the pros. They're NFLU right now. I expect them to reload. And the schedule, it's tough, let me tell you. Ball State, at Texas, Kent State, Illinois, at Iowa, Maryland, at Indiana, off the bye at USC, Oregon at home, Northwestern at home, at Nebraska, and Michigan in the game at home. It's why their win total is 9.5. But with this tough schedule, with a win total lower than many are used to, being next to Ohio State's name, the expectation is to compete for titles and win playoff games and reach the playoff and win these big games. And Ohio State will win at least some of them and will do a good job because they have one of the best staffs in college football. They recruit and develop at a high level, and they return good players on both sides of the ball, especially offense, where they bring back, I believe it's, they return 8 out of 11 starters offensively, which has to be close to a record for a Ryan Day team in terms of returning production on offense. The 2021 team lost 2 receivers and I think some offensive linemen, and the 2022 team returned a lot offensively from that team. I don't know if they even returned as many starters as this 2026 team will offensively. And you bring in Arthur Smith, and this offense should take big strides forward. The defense is a lot of new faces, though. The starting lineup for Ohio State will be obviously Julian Saint at QB, Bo Jackson at running back, and Jeremiah Smith at wide receiver. The other wide receiver spots, at least initially, will be occupied by Brandon Inniss and Chris Henry Jr. Tight end is projected to be Nate Roberts. That's an area with questions. Claire was really damn good last year, and Kazmarek was their best blocker. Roberts was a true freshman and did not grade out very highly, so they need a big step forward from him and Hunter Welsig, their incoming transfer. Same with Mason Williams. The O-line, Ian Moore will start at left tackle, then going to right tackle. Luke Montgomery, Carson Hinsman, Austin Searveld, Philip Daniels. With Searveld likely moving to guard, I love the guard spot for Ohio State. It's going to be their strongest position on the offensive line this year, followed by center. Tackle, due to Daniels being questionable in pass blocking and Ian Moore just being a new starter. There are some questions there, but they're going to be good. The question is whether they're going to be good, great, or elite there. Defensively, I expect Kenyatta Jackson to improve. He's going to be starting at edge along with either Bo Atkinson or Quay Rusa or Zion Grady, so they have some depth there. At D tackle, John Walker and James Smith will start. Will Smith and Edric Houston will back them up. Linebacker, looks like Christian Allegro and Peyton Pierce will be starting. I expect Pettyjohn to be in the mix there, though. At corner, take a look at Jermaine Matthews and Devin Sanchez to be the starting corners, with Earl Little being the starting nickel, and Jalen McClain being the strong safety, Terry Moore being the starting free safety. That's a scary lineup right there. That is one of the best lineups in college football, period. Amen. The Buckeyes, at the end of the day, what's going to determine the success of this team this year, let's start offensively. Running the ball. Carnell Tate's gone, top 5 pick, and I don't think Chris Henry Jr. is going to immediately be Carnell Tate. I'm not hearing the same buzz about him that I was about Jeremiah Smith. I'm hearing buzz, like he's going to be a really good player, but not buzz as in, he's going to be the next Jeremiah Smith, where he's like the best receiver in college football as a true freshman. I'm not hearing that. And Claire was their best receiving tight end and was one of the best receiving tight ends in college football. They lose him. So the pass-catching game, and you have to think that on top of a much tougher schedule, means the passing offense will have a harder time operating, even with a returning QB. The rushing attack, when you return Bo Jackson and Isaiah West, who were out in the spring due to injury, but still, I think they're going to be just fine. I think Carlos Laughlin's their best position coach offensively, and Jackson's one of their best players, so they're going to be fine at running back. It all comes down to the tight ends and the O-line. Arthur Smith likely using a lot of 12, even maybe 13 personnel, 1 running back, 2-3 tight ends, and an O-line that is veteran but has disappointed year over year. I expect them to take a step forward. The question is, by how much? They will improve in yards per rush, or if they don't, it will be an improvement because the schedule in theory should be that much tougher. They're going to get better in the red zone just by virtue of having more continuity and improving enough across the board at all positions except for maybe pass catcher, where they're going to be more diverse. They're going to have a better play caller in Arthur Smith. So this offense I view as a lock to improve. The question is, by how much? And on the flip side, what happens with the defense? Because the defense last year was top 10 in every single category that matters with the exception of takeaways per game, where they were outside the top 100. And that's due to style of play more than anything else. You saw against Miami, they were able to force some turnovers. The balls just didn't bounce in their hand. They are a defense that ultimately will prefer to go bend but don't break, rather than do what Indiana does, where you're blitzing, you're sending a lot of pressure forward, hoping to get a big play or an impactful play, and occasionally you will give up the big play consequentially. Ohio State, we've seen this from Knowles, we've seen it from Patricia, even with their different styles, different base defenses, different utilization of players, they ultimately are philosophically trying to just keep things in front of them, for the most part, and mix some things up here and there, but ultimately they're trying to force punts more than takeaways, because forcing punts is more sustainable. It's the smart thing to do when you have the talent they do. Will that style work this year to the degree it did last year? It's unlikely with what they lose. I expect the defense to be top 10, though. In a way, it could be top 5 is improvements at corner, as Igbinosun was great. Sanchez has a higher ceiling, though. And Matthews returns for another year, so if he improves and Sanchez plays to his ceiling, well, corner's an upgrade. At safety, look, Terry Moore's not Caleb Downs. Jalen McClain is not Caleb Downs. But you don't need Caleb Downs at safety to have an elite safety room. Ask previous national champions. They can still be really damn good there. And at linebacker, if they can get those players to make big jumps with the departure of Styles and Reese, they'll still regress there due to how freakish those players were, but they'll still be a top 10 or even top 5 linebacker group, just not the best linebacker group. Or maybe they will be the best, just not to the same degree. There's so much talent here that I view them as a lock to have a top 10 defense. And offensively, they weren't top 10 last year. This year, they will be top 10. And there's a good chance they could even have both a top 5 defense and top 5 offense this season. And if they do, then they should expect to win the national title. They probably will if they have those things, especially if top 5 means they're number 1 in both offense and defense, or number 2 or number 3 in both those things, and not just barely inside the top 5. Ryan Day is a top 5 head coach, and Matt Patricia's a top 5 DC. I say top 5 broadly. I have Day higher than 5. Patricia, I would like to see more than a one-year sample with that roster, but he's definitely top 5, and anywhere from number 1 to number 5 for me. I'll have to do a little bit more digging. Arthur Smith, right out of the gate, I think is a top 15 offensive coordinator, I would say, or very close to it. Because of the NFL experience, and because of how in the NFL you're working with only a slight talent edge or a slight talent disadvantage, there isn't the same variety of talent. He's going to have a huge talent edge here with Ohio State. What Arthur Smith Ohio State gets will determine a lot of the season, in the same way that what happens with IU's portal evals or the downgrade or lack of downgrade from Mendoza to Hoover will decide their season. If Smith is calling things as he did with the Titans, then his play calling is only going to help them. If he's calling things like he did with the Falcons, well, he could lose them a game by his own play calling, regardless of anything else. It's a very much a variance hire, and I think it's one that's ultimately going to pan out, but that doesn't mean that there aren't going to be, things to pay attention to, because that's a big change. Going from Brian Hartline and what I imagine him and Day wanted to do with the passing attack, and even what they wanted to do just philosophically, and you're bringing in someone who's known a lot more for using multiple tight ends and running the ball at a high level, and sometimes even doing it, with to the detriment of his passing attack. So it's interesting. It's a shift with that staff. Top 3 in America, though. Georgia, and Indiana are in a tier of their own staff-wise. And that's why I have Ohio State as the 4th best team in America in my power ratings entering the fall. I have them ahead of Georgia, just behind Texas, Indiana, and Oregon, but a national title contender, a team that could easily be preseason number 1, as so many have them there, and a team that, as of right now, look, I have their win total at 9.5. I have them going over that win total of 9.5. The staff is really damn good. The roster, same thing, enough said. The only questions I really have, it's To what degree is Arthur Smith an upgrade over Brian Hartline as a play caller? Is it a little bit, which I think is the floor? Is it a whole lot, which is the ceiling? Offensively, what happens at tight end? They don't have a lot of production there at the Power 4 level, and that's been a position with Ohio State where I know they got 2 tight ends drafted last year. Claire was a 1-year transfer and was already going to get drafted anyway. That's been a position where they haven't been very dominant. And if Arthur Smith is going to run 12-13 personnel, it would help them to have a dominant tight end or a collection of good tight ends. I'm not concerned about QB, running back, and receiver. I'm not concerned with guard in the same way I would have been last year, where guard could single-handedly lose them games. This year, we'll see if they have a fantastic interior or if the interior just has a high floor with the great players it has. Regardless, it's a pretty big upgrade over what they had last season. Tackle, I think is going to be good. The question just is, great, elite, is it up there? This is certainly, outside of Oregon, the deepest team in the Big Ten, I think. Deeper than Indiana just due to the recruiting standpoint. You probably, in my mind, look at Oregon, Georgia, Ohio State, and Notre Dame as the deepest teams in the sport. Not final, but that's what I think right now. And defensively, I think that, look, the backfield is going to be the strength. The middle of the defense will be the strength. D-end, we'll see if Kenyatta Jackson can have a huge breakout season, but they have the goods with Jalen McClain and with Devin Sanchez and with Laurinaitis being the coach at linebacker, Larry Johnson still doing a really good job coaching. And with special teams, I think that they are going to make strides there. They're not going to be good, but I'm probably looking at more of a C grade rather than an F grade last year. And they have some of the best depth in college football on the defensive side of the ball even after they lost. Because remember, they didn't lose a lot of depth pieces or even role players. Ohio State simply lost their best players defensively. Ohio State, I ultimately have winning 10 games, losing 2 of them. Power rated number 4, 10-2, 7-2 in Big Ten play. I have them losing to Indiana and Oregon, but beating everyone else on their schedule, including Texas, USC, Michigan, and Iowa, who I have power rated inside of my top 20. The ceiling is 12-0. The most likely record in my mind from an analytical angle is 9-3. The schedule's just insanely tough, and I think there's a reason that win total is at 9.5. 8-4 would shock me, but if, say, they get the injury bug and they lose a ton of close games, it could happen. So I think that is the absolute bottom floor, in the same way that I think Indiana, with a much easier schedule, could bottom out at 9-3 and lose the vast majority of their big games. Most teams in college football now have a floor, even the best ones, of like 4 or 3 losses, unless they hit the schedule lottery, which, for example, Georgia has, and to a lesser degree Indiana, I think. This team is going to be a national title contender and a college football playoff contender, though. And they will make the playoffs, win a playoff game. I have them right now losing in the quarterfinals or the semifinals. I forget. I think that there are enough questions in terms of the combined lines of scrimmage performance to where I question if they're number 1 or not. But I have them number 4. They could easily be number 1. Again, 10-2. It's Ohio State, so I'm never going to say the ceiling isn't 12-0, though that would surprise me. And right now they're the national title favorites because of how they develop, recruit, and coach. They are one of the best teams in America and have the number 1 program right now. And with the schedule, the winning programs, the elite staffs, look at a challenge and they just smile and nod, and they're going to take it on. Defense will be top 10. Offense will be top 10. They have the best player in America in Jeremiah Smith. Probably the best trio of QB1, running back 1, wide receiver 1, with Sayin, Bo Jackson, and Jeremiah Smith. And they made an upgrade with offensive play caller, also retaining Matt Patricia, which was huge. This team is going to be fantastic this season. And that is my Ohio State preview entering 2026. Excited to see if there are any revisions made, but regardless, this team will be top 5. Okay, I need to make a note really quickly to change, because that graphic had some errors on it. It had some... Here's a pen. Doesn't work. Here's a pencil. Need to make a note about that. A little bit of an error there. But now we're on to Oregon. And Oregon's interesting. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, I have them winning the national championship. Let me find it here. The 2026 Oregon football preview is fascinating because everything has been building up to this season for Oregon, and you can see that through so many different signs. What do I mean by everything has been building up to this season? Well, Oregon last season won 13 games, lost 2 of them to Indiana, the eventual national champions. They reached the college football playoff semifinals, and when you observe Oregon's elite recruiting and the fact that they have produced great NFL draft classes year over year now under Dan Lanning, you see that last season's team, which had a first-time full-year starter, Dante Moore, 2 true freshmen starting running backs in De'Aaron Hill and Jordan Davison, when the offensive line was full of transfers, DeCorian Moore was a true freshman starting for them at wide receiver, and Stewart was out, so they had to rely on redshirt freshman Jeremiah McClellan to step up, and a younger player in Jamari Johnson had to play. Brandon Finney was a true freshman starting. Aaron Flowers was a redshirt freshman. You see, at the end of the day, that Oregon had so much youth and wasn't supposed to be as good as they were in 2025. Remember, in August, their win total was 9.5 with a schedule that I thought was fairly easy. I could not comprehend why their win total was that low. And people were so low on them last year that CBS made the moronic decision to power rate Illinois over Oregon, which might be the worst college football take of all time. No one expected Oregon to be as good as they were in 2025, where they finished anywhere from 2nd to 4th, depending on the power rating you looked at. They've recruited 2 number 1 classes in a row in terms of quality, back-to-back. They've sent multiple first-rounders to the NFL year over year. And now they're top 15 in returning production. They're, I believe, top 10 or close to it in returning starters. And they are humming. And preseason, how is this team not viewed unanimously as a top 3 team? Their returning starters are DeCorian Moore, Jeremiah McClellan, Dante Moore, Jordan Davison, De'Aaron Hill Jr., Iapani Lulolu, Dave Iuli, Amari Washington, Bear Alexander, Tatum Tuioti, Mateo Uyunglele, Devin Jackson. Is he a returning starter? I can't believe I may have messed that up. I cannot believe. I don't think it's Devin Jackson. Yes, it is Devin Jackson. I'll have to edit that out. Or it was Jerry Mixon. One of Devin Jackson or Jerry Mixon started last season. Ife Obadegwu and Brandon Finney started. Aaron Flowers started. They returned the vast majority of their defensive starters, about half of their offensive starters, including their quarterback, running backs, most of their skill position players. They've reloaded on the offensive line. They have several potential first-rounders on the defensive line. And while they lost both their coordinators, Stein received criticism last year, and Lupoy has received criticism every year, particularly in his big game blunders. So Oregon's in a really good position to take a step up, to break out in 2026. That's what makes this season so interesting, is the pressure is on in a way that it hasn't been before, and this should be Lanning's best team by quite a bit. Better than last year's team, better than the 2023 team, that so far I believe are Lanning's 2 best teams with the Oregon Ducks. And last year certainly was his best defense. So they're making the right steps. They understand the metagame. They're developing at a high level. And on top of that, their schedule has some toughness to it, but it's not the end of the world. Boise State at Oklahoma State, Portland State at USC is a tough September stretch, but they should be favored in those games by significant margins. Off a bye on October 3rd, they play UCLA and Nebraska at home, Illinois on the road, Northwestern at home, Ohio State on the road, host Michigan, play at Michigan State, and host Washington. Several teams on there I have power rated top 25, and Ohio State and USC and Michigan I have top 10. But Oregon, look, win total of 10.5. They are one of the favorites to win the national championship in terms of tiers. They're in that tier 1, and they're just so loaded. It's hard to describe. So let's get into it. The offensive starters for Oregon, quarterback Dante Moore, and behind him they have Dylan Raiola. Jordan Davison and De'Aaron Hill at running back, DeCorian Moore, Jeremiah McClellan, Iverson Hooks at receiver, and I imagine a healthy Evan Stewart will replace one of them. I just don't quite know his status right now. Jamari Johnson at tight end. From left tackle to right tackle, Fox Crater, Kawika Rogers, Iapani Lololu, Dave Iuli, and Michael Bennett III. As of right now. I think by the end of the season, one of Tommy Tofi or Emmanuel Iheanacho is going to start over Michael Bennett III. But Michael Bennett III was a great offensive tackle at the FCS level. There's a chance that he translates with this staff and immediately is also one of the best offensive tackles at the FBS level. Defensively, this is the best defensive roster in college football. Mateo Uyunglele and Tatum Tuioti at edge, and Nasir Wyatt as a backup to them. Same with Elijah Rushing. At D-tackle, Bear Alexander and Amari Washington, with DeAndre Robinson and Aiden Breland backing them up. Devin Jackson and Jerry Mixon at linebacker, and Gavin Nix is a key player to pay attention to in the two deep. Ife Obadegwu and Brandon Finney are your starting corners, and behind them, Naeem Offord exists. And Naeem Offord is a very impressive high school recruit who I think is going to have a breakout this season similar to Devin Sanchez. Aaron Scott is behind Ife Obadegwu, transferred in from Ohio State. Aaron Flowers is your starting free safety. Coy Parrish is your starting strong safety. And Peyton Woodyard and Jet Washington are backing them up. Carl Williams IV is a nickel for the team, and Devon Benjamin could trade in some playing time with him. They had the best recruiting class by quite a bit in terms of quality last year. So they're going to see some freshmen play in the same way that their also number one quality recruiting class the year before with DeCorian Moore and Brandon Finney saw some playing time. So this is a team that, when I look at their recruiting and development, is built not just to win this year, but win big in the future. And that's huge. It's huge that they've been maintaining the offensive excellence that we know Oregon to have historically the 21st century, while also raising the standard of defense and raising the standard of top-end talent across the board. With all that they return this year and how high I am in the offensive line, I expect this team to improve in QB sacked percentage, to cut down on the turnovers, to have a similar yards per carry or even better, but more importantly, do well in short yardage situations. Oregon really struggled at getting a consistent 1 to 5 yards per carry. They'd either get stopped at the line, maybe get 2 or 3 or less, and then boom, you'd get the 10-plus yard runs. They really struggled getting just intermediate, consistent gains. It hurt them against Iowa. It hurt them a lot against Indiana and Texas Tech. I expect that to improve and be an area of focus for this staff. The red zone touchdown percentage should also improve as the receivers, tight ends, running backs, and QB will improve. And I believe the offensive line will start the season with probably some rough edges that need to be rounded out. By the end of the year, I will say and predict right now, this Oregon offensive line will be better than last season's by the end of the year, because these players have a higher ceiling, they have more true tackles, and they have an All-American center and leader in that position. Because of the responsibilities of it, it's that position and left tackle that are the most important. They return one of those, and Fox Crater is going to be a better pass protection tackle. than either Isaiah World or Alex Harkey was. Defensively, not only did Oregon upgrade at coordinator, they upgraded at every position talent-wise, except for maybe safety. Corner, you return the 2 starters and all the backups and bring in a transfer. Very impressive. Linebacker, outside of Betcher, it's similar, and Betcher was an elite college player, or not elite, but near elite. He didn't have the same upside as many of these linebackers do, though. Not the same athleticism. There's a reason that he was in college for 6 seasons and was a former walk-on. He'll do well in the NFL, I think, career-wise, just because he's so football-focused and does well and is fundamentally sound. These Oregon linebackers, though, could bring Oregon's defense up from just being a good or great unit to an elite one, as linebacker's been a bit of a weakness for them in previous seasons. They have the number 1 D-line. I expect that sack percentage rate to go up. I expect at the end of the year that Oregon will probably have north of 50 sacks or very close to it. The takeaways per game will improve, and I imagine that the opponent yards per rush is really going to improve with all this team returns in the middle of the defense. They return a safety, they return a physical, hard-hitting corner in Brandon Finney, one of their starting linebackers, and all 4 of their starting defensive linemen, on top of, again, having a coordinator upgrade on the defensive side of the football. This team is really damn good. Really, really, really damn good. And this staff, I don't have it at the Ohio State, Georgia, or Indiana level, but Lanning has learned from one of the best in Kirby Smart. Hampton has learned from one of the best in both Dan Lanning and also Willie Fritz, where he was a DC under him at Tulane. Maringer I have some questions about, but I love this assistant staff. I think the hiring of Hampton wasn't a bad one. And with Maringer, we'll see how this works, but the schedule works out to where they could afford to learn on the job a little bit if they need to and get better and form more of an identity and a more cohesive staff by the end of the year, which is when all this stuff matters the most. And Oregon is built from a staff, developmental talent, experience angle. They're built to peak at the right time. This team is. That's why I have them number 1 in power ratings. 3rd in FPI last year, 2nd in FEI, 5th in efficiency. They're 11th in returning production. And their returning production, when you look at the positions that mattered and factor in who's generational, when you factor in that not all returning production is equal, if you factored those things into account and did, say, net returning production or real returning production, I would probably put them at number 1 there. It'd be them or Georgia. Those 2 teams have the deepest rosters in the sport. Oregon, though, has the upside that Texas's roster does. The raw alien talent at a select few positions. They combine the best of both worlds. It's why I strongly believe Oregon is underrated. It's why the Ducks, in my opinion, are a college football playoff lock. And it's why, at the end of the day, I have this team doing great things. I have them making a trip back to Indianapolis like they made in 2024. And the only question I have for the Ducks is really special teams and maybe a bit of coordinator and offensive guard. Every other position, quarterback, running back, receiver, tight end, center, even tackle. I love what they have there. Same with D tackle, really the entire defense, I would say. I love what they have across the board and in terms of depth. This team is set up to have tremendous success, and that is why I have Oregon going 12-1, Big Ten runner-up, college football playoff participant. They would certainly get a bye with that resume. Their floor is 10-2, ceiling 12-0, with the road trip to Ohio State and then hosting Washington, Michigan, traveling to USC and Oklahoma State. The odds just say they're liable to drop one of those games. Instead, I have them going undefeated, losing to Indiana in the Big Ten title game, but then actually getting revenge on Indiana in the national title game. So a 15-1, 9-0 in Big Ten play, national championship Oregon Ducks squad. That's the prediction I have for Oregon entering 2026. This team has the highest ceiling in college football by, I think, a good bit. The floor, with what they lose in the O-line and the coordinator change, might not be the number one floor in the sport, but also out of Notre Dame, Oregon, and Texas, I actually trust Oregon the most. Coordinators, they probably have the worst coordinator group out of those three, but I believe they have the best assistant staff, them or Texas, out of those three, and I strongly believe they have the best head coach out of those three, on top of having the best roster. So I look at that and the fact that they have enough tests, but not a brutal enough schedule to really give them a ton of injuries or wear them to their core. I love Oregon's position. I love the roster, the staff, the depth, the starters, the NFL potential, and Lanning, much like every coach who is great or better than great, is going to continue to learn and adapt. And he's so young, and as we've seen Ryan Day grow and evolve, we've seen Kirby Smart do this. Even Cignetti, though he is older, he has the energy of someone who's young. He's grown and adapted. Marcus Freeman has. Mario Cristobal has. Those coaches, the best coaches, know how to retain their inner youth and learn and continue to grow and adapt. And Lanning is one of those. So for 2026, I have Oregon winning it all. I have Oregon as my number one team in power ratings, and I have them reaching the Big Ten title, going undefeated in the regular season, and making a playoff run at minimum. As of right now, I have them winning the national championship. Could have them winning the Big Ten in my next revision of these. Where did I put that pencil? I put that pencil right here. Okay. We're done. Oh, wow, we've been live for almost 3 hours, and we still have probably 30 more minutes to go. This is wild. And yet, you guys have stuck on here. Man, we're going to get over 1,000 views on this. The view duration is what it normally is. We have gotten a lot of concurrent viewers. We have 46 likes. I mean, a new member. Thank you, by the way. Big Al the Bird Boy. Thank you for being a college football diehard and for joining this channel as a member. Really appreciate it. Really, really appreciate it. Okay. We got some 10 Reasons content. I know it's late. This show's probably going to go an hour longer than I wanted it to. Whatever, as long as it doesn't go 4 hours, I'm not going to complain. We're going to really hit some things off quickly after this. I am going to... What am I going to do? I'm going to get a drink of water. And after I get my drink of water, I am pretty much going to be right back here. So, stay tuned. Stay seated. It's the second break of what is probably a 3-hour show by now. We'll be back. There's more content. It'll be worth it. And I know these shows are pretty long, and they'll probably remain 2 to 3 hour shows now that I'm only doing 3 days a week. Well, that way, you can split it every day. See you guys soon, like 5-10 minutes. All right. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it a lot. Um, a lot. So, yeah. Oh wow, I'm kind of at the end of my rope here, honestly, guys. We have done well, and yet I think I've taken too long with a lot of my stuff, and we still have like a good portion left. But not to be too worried. We here have 10 reasons why Lincoln Riley works at USC. We have that. So let me just make sure everything is in the right place here. I think they are. Yes. Yes, they are. Here are 10 reasons why Lincoln Riley wins with USC. And by win, I don't just mean win at his current clip. I mean win big games, win titles at the Big Ten and potentially the national level. Certainly compete for them. Number one, Riley understands the current metagame in college football. He understands this, and you can tell by the way that USC has recruited on the offensive and defensive lines recently, and how his recent USC offenses have emphasized, at least in my opinion, a more physical, consistent brand of running the football and making sure that the quarterbacks play in more structure than some of his previous quarterbacks did, such as Kyler Murray or Caleb Williams, who really operated well outside of structure. USC is evolving in strength and conditioning, scouting, and development as Lincoln Riley evolves in those areas. Understanding the metagame is a huge part of being successful at a high-end school. Ryan Day has evolved to fit the current metagame of college football. Curt Cignetti has. Jim Harbaugh did at Michigan. That's why he won a title. Kirby Smart has, and really is kind of the epitome of it. And Dan Lanning, Steve Sarkisian, Marcus Freeman, Mario Cristobal's a tone setter in that regard with his emphasis on lines of scrimmage play. USC with Jakeem Stewart, with Braylon Shelby, Cameron Crawford, Kenyi Pepe, Killian O'Connor, those players that I mentioned on the defensive and offensive lines, they have some dudes there. And they're only going to continue to get better there as time goes on under Riley. Point number two is Riley always produces at quarterback, Jade Mayava being the current example of this. Mayava completed 65.8% of his passes last season with 3,711 passing yards, 24 touchdowns, only 10 interceptions, and his QBR was top 5 at the end of the season, and a PFF grade that was very high as well. Miller Moss is really his only quarterback project who didn't pan out at some level in college, didn't really do well at USC, got benched middle of the season, didn't do really well at Louisville. Even Spencer Rattler had some good games and did well at South Carolina and at times at Oklahoma. Caleb Williams was just that much better, so Lincoln Riley rolled with Caleb Williams. But having a coach who always produces at quarterback, it's what has made Ryan Day so successful. It was actually one of Saban's few Achilles heels, despite him being the greatest coach of all time. Always having a guy at quarterback, or having it 90 to 95% of the time, is so key to winning a title and being one of the best coaches and consistently fielding one of the best teams of the sport. Changes for the good have been made. This is reason number 3. Benny Wiley, you suck. Get out of here. Alex Grinch, you don't just suck. You're an unpaved dirt road with potholes that causes cars' axles to break. Get out of here. You ruin defenses, you ruin great players, and you don't use them properly. Other assistant coaches that don't do their job, get out. We need a general manager, we bring in Chad Bowden. We need a good DC, we get D'Anton Lynn, and then when he leaves for Penn State, we bring in Gary Patterson, who invented his own defensive formation. Those are changes for the good of the program that have been made. I know Patterson hasn't been a head coach in a while, but being a defensive coordinator is easier than being a head coach. You have a lot less to manage, and you can just focus on schematics and maybe a little bit of recruiting here. Not the same responsibilities. And Riley is the best offensive play caller when he wants to be in the sport. So great play callers, great assistant coaches such as Dennis Simmons, who's one of the best receiver coaches in the country right now. I really love what USC has in its staff. Also remember Tremaine Carroll, their strength and conditioning coach. This is his first full preseason with the team, so I think you're going to see some physical changes to this team that we haven't seen in a Lincoln Riley team with the Trojans. Point number 4, USC is a great staff. We already talked about this, but I just want to reiterate that the Trojans have what so few other teams do. A top-end play caller on offense. How many teams do you know have that? Not many. Who also could have, because Gary Patterson, it's a bit, we'll see. Who also could have a top-end defensive play caller? The list gets even smaller. Who has a Kansas State strength and conditioning coach that helped them win the Big 12 when Oklahoma and Texas were still in it? I don't know. And helped them play Texas, the 2022 and 2023 Texas teams, fairly close. That is something to brag about. So they have a great staff. Is it elite yet? We'll have to see. It could grow into that, though. And when I look at USC's offense last season, the games against Michigan, even the game against Illinois, even though the clock wasn't managed correctly there at the end, the game against Iowa, those were games where I think good coaching was evident, and they had complete game plans. Or even the Nebraska game where they were able to overcome adversity and win on the road. The way that this offense played, despite not having a Caleb Williams and the efficiency numbers it put up, and what I think it will be this coming season, is indicative of a great staff at work, not just talent. And a great staff also improves on defense after it was historically terrible in 2023. Riley looked at that and said, oh, yeah, the offensive staff's really good. The defensive staff, not so much. Made a lot of sweeping changes there, really upgraded that part. And also with special teams, bringing in Mike Eckler, with the special teams unit being a disaster multiple years there. And we saw what Eckler did in year 1 at Nebraska, who had disastrous special teams beforehand. So changes are being made, and the staff is growing. And if some of you say, well, the defense still isn't really good, Sam, no, it's not. But going from being outside of the top 120 in most statistics to now being inside the top 60 is a huge deal. And if they can then go from inside the top 60 to inside the top 30 or 25 in most of those, that's an even bigger deal. The staff's heading in the right direction. They know what they're doing. Point number 5 is USC's administration is aligned. I can't give you much tangible evidence about this, except from what I've heard from USC people online talking about the alignment between the AD, the GM, and Riley. And when I look at how they're recruiting, you can't be misaligned in recruiting at that level, with maybe the exception if you're in Ohio State or a Georgia or a Texas, some of these really top high-end recruiting programs, or maybe even a Miami. You could be disjointed and recruit highly there, or USC, but in this new NIL era, you can't really do any of those things. You can't be disjointed and be one of the top programs. You have to be more aligned. Alignment and the brain game is more important now than ever before, and USC is showing that it is aligned with how it recruits and what it's doing with its roster. Deep NIL pockets also tie into this. That's reason number 6. This raises the floor of Lincoln Riley's program and also the ceiling, just because better players will always raise your floor and always raise your ceiling as long as you have great coaching. And I think that while there are areas in which USC and Lincoln Riley need to improve in the coaching department, as we've talked about, they do have a good staff, and they're better than people give them credit for. So the ceiling of this program is very high. The floor continues to raise. At the end of the day, the defense continues to improve as well, as we've talked about beforehand. That's reason number 7. And with an improving defense, and Gary Patterson as the defensive coordinator, I showed this graphic earlier. They are improving in yards allowed per attempt, in yards allowed in terms of passer rating. They're improving in defensive efficiency and defensive FEI. Year over year over year. They are making strides. Now, the rushing defense is still a very big problem. And the linebacker play from USC was something that we shouldn't have to watch again. That was pretty bad given the talent they had. They're still making progress, though, compared to where they were 2 years ago. So the way I see it, they're heading in the right direction, and the hiring of Patterson will pan out. So that's going to make things only better on that side of the football. This defensive line they have, the corners they have, as long as linebacker and safety are just good and Patterson knows what he's doing from a play calling angle, USC will have a top 30 defense this year, maybe even top 25, when last year they just really had a top 60 defense. They'll take a decent leap, a big leap this season. Point number 8 is that most of Riley's portal evaluations have hit, at least in terms of where my memory serves. That may not be extraordinarily reliable, but I can think of Maava panning out, Williams panning out, obviously Murray and Mayfield are both transfers. I have seen things pan out at running back with Waymon Jordan and Eli Sanders, who unfortunately both got injured. I've also seen, defensively, Keyshawn Silver did not pan out, but Eric Gentry, he did. He just didn't have good coaching, but he was a good player. And I like what I've seen out of most of what USC does in the portal. They don't hit nearly at the same rate that, say, Lane Kiffin or especially Curt Cignetti do, but they've hit enough where I can trust them to make good decisions there. Point number 9 is that Riley is still young. He can learn. Keep in mind that Lincoln Riley is 90-28 as a head coach, which means he wins 76% of his games. He's also 42 years old. 42 years old. For context, Ryan Day is 47. Lincoln Riley, because he's been around for so long, since 2017, and when he was hired, 2017 is literally going to be 10 years ago. He was one of the youngest coaches ever. He's still learning. He's still growing. And I know that 2024 and 2023 were rough, and last year there were still things left to be desired from. I still believe that he has more to provide. And last season was encouraging, winning an additional 3 conference games, an additional 3 regular season games, and playing a much better brand of offense while retaining the defensive improvements. And last but not least, the Trojans are recruiting at an elite level. They signed the number 1 overall recruiting class, and it was number 2 per 24/7 Sports in terms of quality. This season, they will send a top 6 class, or close to it in terms of quality. They're not going after as many bodies, which makes sense given the size of the 2026 recruiting class. At the end of the day, they're recruiting at a phenomenal level now. They finally have alignment, and in previous classes, they weren't recruiting at a phenomenal level, but they were still recruiting at a good level, good enough to win a title if the development piece and the coaching piece fit together. So you combine all these things together, and I strongly believe that Riley long-term is going to work out at USC, and I don't know exactly what that looks like. For sure, that means they're going to reach the playoffs several times with him. They're going to be competing for titles and win playoff games at certain points, and they're always going to be a threat in the future to either win the conference, reach the playoff, or even, in some seasons, possibly win a national championship. Now, for Michigan, it's important to discuss reasons why they're guaranteed to improve. 5 reasons why Michigan is much better in 2026. This should be an obvious opinion in my mind that Michigan is going to improve, but apparently it's not, so let's go over it. Reason number 1 why Michigan improves is they have the biggest coaching upgrade in college football. The biggest, the largest, the the widest margin, positive margin, in terms of coaching upgrade in the sport, going from the worst Power 4 coach in Sharon Moore to one of the best, a top 10 coach in Kyle Whittingham. It's the biggest coaching upgrade in the sport. Jay Hill is better than Wink Martindale, and Michigan's offensive coordinator Jason Beck is also a huge upgrade over Chip Lindsey, and before then especially Kurt Campbell. Michigan's upgraded all of its position coaches, retained Tony Alford, who was the best position coach, along with Lou Esposito under Sharon Moore. And that matters a whole lot because with Michigan, the talent has never held it back. Maybe in a few big games, but almost anyone can say that. Even Georgia and Ohio State and Alabama can say that. Maybe not to the same frequency. But for Michigan, it has been coaching. They're a blue blood. They can recruit at a high level. They have a good reputation. But their coaching has failed them in the 21st century for the most part. Whittingham is not a failed coach. I'm not sitting here and telling you Michigan in year one will beat Ohio State, Indiana, and Oregon and go 12-0. I'm telling you that from a power ratings angle, they will be better and are practically a lock to be better from a power ratings angle, in part because of this staff. Whittingham's a top 10 coach, Beck is a top 10 OC, Hill is a top 10 DC. And given what they did at previous stops with the talent they had access to, I think that is a very defensible position. It's incredibly defensible. Going 177-88 at Utah with all the conference changes that were made and all the different changes in the sport, and still in every conference he's in, won 10-plus games, and in 2 out of the 3, won the conference he resided in the Pac-12, winning it multiple times and reaching the title game 4 times, with talent that he did not have even close to what he'll have at Michigan this season. Point number 2 is the talented and deep roster that Whittingham and the staff have access to. Michigan's weakness under Sharon Moore was coaching. It was not recruiting. Coaching, and to a lesser degree development, were the massive weaknesses under Sharon Moore in Michigan. They did not recruit bad athletes or bad players. They didn't. Just as a classic example, Andrew Marsh, true freshman for Michigan, was open all damn day against Ohio State, a wonderful defense. Underwood just didn't see him. Speaking of Bryce Underwood, he had a phenomenal game against the Washington Huskies. Too bad Samaj Morgan dropped some passes, and Michigan's coaching staff called bad games all the time. Recruiting is not Michigan's problem. Development and coaching were. That's not going to be a problem with this staff. How quickly will that take over in year one? That's a good question that we'll have to wait to find out until the fall. But no matter what, Michigan is going to have similar talent as last year, perhaps even better, with who they returned in their portal additions, and a far better coaching staff. On top of that, as I talked about earlier, they have 2 top 10 coordinators. Not top 10 coordinators overall, I should specify top 10 at their specific positions. Beck is a top 10 offensive play caller. Jay Hill is a top 10 defensive play caller. You're going from an old dog who can't learn new tricks in Wink Martindale to, at the end of the day, a top-end defensive coordinator who had creative and wonderful defenses at BYU, and an offensive coach and play caller and coordinator in Jason Beck, who turned Devin Dampier into a superstar at New Mexico and Utah, and also did a good job at Virginia with Brennan Armstrong. And look what happened to him after he left. So, just look at Utah's offense last season, and the grades are for what I think Michigan will be this season. They were so damn good in every metric except for yards per pass, and Bryce Underwood, in a lot of ways, is basically Devin Dampier on steroids. Better runner, much better arm talent, struggles with inaccuracy, yes, but it probably has a higher ceiling and floor of accuracy than Devin Dampier does with similar coaching. Utah, depending on where you looked, had a top 5 or certainly top 10 offense even with the strength of schedule they played. It's absurd. Completely absurd. And while Michigan may not dominate every game or get back to winning 11 or 12 games as they did from 21 to 23, they're going to be a better quality team than the 8-5 and 9-4 seasons they've had over the past 2 years. And another point to that is the lines of scrimmage are strong. The D-line will be stronger than it was last season, especially with how much the staff is raving about it. And the O-line is last year's unit with its younger and better players returning, and others like Giovanni El-Hadi and Greg Crippen, who just never panned out with the old staff, departing the program. Left for the NFL draft, they didn't have an eligibility anymore. Smith Snowden and Yair Hill are possibly 2 future NFL corners. Trey Pierce, Inoue, Titan Davis, Alistair Viejo, also looking at D-end with Nate Marshall, with Cameron Brandt, with John Henry Daly. That is a mean defensive line. A mean defensive line. That sack percentage, the opponent yards per carry, the pressure rate, all that stuff is going to shoot up. And I imagine the third down conversion percentage allowed will as well. Linebacker, bit of a concern. DB, pretty confident in. Same with special teams. At the end of the day, with how good Michigan's lines of scrimmage should be, especially the D-line, just because there's skepticism about that side of the roster, not as much in the O-line where almost everyone acknowledges its talents. I'm excited to see what this lines of scrimmage will look like. Point number 5 is Bryce Underwood enters year 2. So I know people are talking about he sucks, or people were criticizing me for having him as a top 10 Big Ten quarterback. That's wild. Thinking that he is not a top 10 Big Ten quarterback when he was per QBR last year with the worst staff in America is a laughable opinion. Laughable. Yes, there are instances where he is overrated, and there are things he needs to get better at, and he's not going to be the second coming this year, or I don't even think he'll be an elite QB this year. But why wouldn't he improve with this staff, and why wouldn't he improve entering year 2 in college, where you can learn from year 1's mistakes to a limited degree? So, Underwood, last season, had a PFF grade of 70, a QBR of 72.6, which was 29th, 11 touchdowns, 9 picks, 2,428 passing yards. Look, he had ugly moments. He overall was not a good quarterback last year, had a high ceiling, low floor, didn't do well in the big games. Players can get better, though. They don't just get better at Georgia, Ohio State, and Indiana. They get better at Oregon. They get better at Texas. They get better at Miami. Why can't they get better at Michigan now that Michigan has a real coaching staff? Questions that we should be asking. Those are 5 reasons why Michigan will improve in 2026. Again, my criteria is going by power rating and by on-field team quality, not going by record and wins and losses, as the schedule's much tougher. So it wouldn't shock me if Michigan actually loses an additional regular season game or wins the same amount of regular season games as they did last year, because the schedule's much tougher. Finally, with this series, taking a look at Notre Dame. Notre Dame being a college football playoff lock. Here are 5 reasons why Notre Dame is a college football playoff lock. First and foremost, they have a cakewalk schedule. It's one of the easiest Power 4 schedules that I have ever seen, and one of the easiest this season. The only school who I can say right off the bat has a tougher Power 4 schedule, or not tougher, but easier, is Texas Tech. Because Texas Tech is a pretty similar schedule, except they don't have to play Miami, who is a top 10 quality team. Just look at this schedule on the left-hand side of your screen. Wisconsin in week 1. Rice, Michigan State, at Purdue, at North Carolina, Stanford, at BYU. After the bye, Navy, Miami, Boston College, SMU, at Syracuse. I don't know what to tell you. If Notre Dame goes anything less than 11-1, someone may need to be fired, or something very bad happened to a player or to the locker room in general. I completely see why this team has minus 750 odds to make the playoff per FanDuel, and why their win total is at 11.5. This is one of the softest schedules I've ever seen. Look, it's not entirely Notre Dame's fault. Like the USC game, for example, that was kind of a both sides thing. And to their credit, they went out and scheduled BYU. At the end of the day, though, we as college football fans and we as just college football collectively need tougher schedules than this for a big brand and a wonderful program like Notre Dame. And that's a huge advantage to just getting to the playoff. That's why I think they're a lock. I don't think there are many, if any, universes where Notre Dame doesn't make it to the CFP this year. Point number 2, Marcus Freeman, the head coach of Notre Dame, has built an elite roster. It's one of my top 3 rosters this year, along with Texas and Oregon. This is all because of their retention of talent. They're number 1 in returning production. It's because of their recruiting and also because of their developmental process. Freeman has done a great job of hiring and firing coaches when he needs to. And last season, they signed per On3 the number 2 overall class and the best Notre Dame class of the college football playoff era. It is incredible seeing what the Irish have been able to do in recruiting under Freeman after Brian Kelly, in his absolute arrogance and idiocy, left Notre Dame saying, LSU is a higher ceiling. Well, you know what? Now that Lane Kiffin is there, they still may not recruit better than Notre Dame because, newsflash, Lane Kiffin loves the transfer portal. And Brian Kelly hated it, but also hated talking to high schoolers because he's kind of an idiot and kind of a terrible person. Just look up Brian Kelly stair lift or lift or whatever. Like, not very great guy. Notre Dame made an upgrade hiring Freeman internally, and they've upgraded their program and upgraded a lot of things post Brian Kelly. And one of those things is they have a national title caliber roster, not just a good roster that can make the playoffs but get humiliated in the postseason. Point number 3 is Notre Dame's coaching staff. We talked about how Freeman is good at making moves, bringing in Mike Denbrock. We'll see if Chris Ash pans out, but I think Al Golden did his job. And the hiring of, name escapes me, but DB coach, Illinois, former Illinois defensive coordinator Aaron Henry. The hiring of Aaron Henry, I think, was pretty good. And also Notre Dame making the move from Al Washington to Charlie Partridge as defensive line coach. I approve of that. That's wonderful. And Mike Mickens was a great coach who went off to the NFL. Aaron Henry replaced him. I like what I see from this coaching staff. It is a top 10 staff in college football. You pair that with a top 3 roster and the fact they're a lock to make the playoffs with that schedule, this team, in some world, maybe should be the favorite to win the national championship. The evidence of this strong staff is what Notre Dame's done on offense in back-to-back seasons with almost entirely different personnel outside of running back. Last season, the receiver room was much different from the 2024 one in terms of players. The quarterbacks were totally different. Leonard being a run-first guy, Carr being a pass-first guy. And you saw early in the season they were struggling with adjustments against better teams. As the season went on, though, things started to click. The defense, again, we'll have to wait and see. Notre Dame, this year and last year, against real top 5 offenses with good receivers, had major issues. And they're talented enough where their defense could just be really good analytically off recruiting alone and nothing else. I mean, when you play Syracuse with a third-string QB, you play Purdue, you play USC at home, where USC on the road only scored 21 against a bad Nebraska defense. I don't know how real that is, but I do know that Leonard Moore was scouted by that defense. I know their D-line was really good. So offense as a whole, really love where that's at coaching-wise. And their defense has more questions there, but I think they still have great position groups. And Ash has been a championship-winning play caller before, so he at least has some gumption to him. Point number 4 is Notre Dame's lines of scrimmage and how they could be college football's best. They might have the best D-line in college football. I don't think so personally. And I say that confidently as I don't believe they have the ceiling that, say, in Oregon or Texas have up front. They just don't have, I think, the complete dominant NFL pass rush or even run stop of those other D-lines. However, big however, that O-line could easily be the number one in college football. And if, say, you have the number 3 D-line with the number 1 O-line, chances are you have the number one line of scrimmage in football. And Notre Dame's run defense last year was good. Their pass rush was good enough. And with all that they have returning, there is a good chance they take a big step forward there, and also on the offensive line where they've recruited and developed at a very high and impressive level. I mean, when you look at their points per play margin, yards per point margin, EPA per play margin, success rate margin, a large part of that has to do with their lines of scrimmage edge that they pretty much had in every game except for the game against Miami and maybe the game against Texas A&M where Notre Dame was still figuring some things out. Point number 5, reason number 5. CJ Carr is the type of QB that raises the floor and the ceiling of this team because Notre Dame has not had a QB like him before. CJ Carr is likely going to be a first-round pick, 24 touchdowns and 6 interceptions last year, 8th in QBR, 2,741 passing yards, and completed 2 out of every 3 of his passes with an 85.1 PFF grade. They have an NFL QB with more talent at receiver than they've had before, a lot of talent at O-line, tight end and running back. Those positions I do have questions about, especially relative to what they've had in the past. But they should at least be decent or good there. And that combined with a loaded defense, a top 10 coach, a top 5 offensive play caller, a great staff in that schedule means that Notre Dame is a lock to reach the college football playoff. They're not missing it this year, and if for some reason they do, what an utter disaster. But I think they're a lock to make the playoff. I think they will be there no matter what. Okay. Well, we're done with the 5 reasons stuff, which is really, really good. I see our viewership has fallen off. Not a surprise, as I believe that was at the start of, like, Josh Pate's show when the viewership really took a nosedive, or it's because we're talking about Notre Dame. The stream has gone on pretty long. Honestly, I did not expect it to have to go on this long. But better or worse in 2026, talking about the Wisconsin Badgers. Let me see something really quickly. You know what, guys? The stream has went on for long enough. It's already been 3 hours and 30 minutes, and I don't want to get in the habit of having shows this long. So we're going to close it early. We've already been through the majority of topics. Or, hold on. Hold that thought. I might force it to go depending... Okay, yeah, I probably have to force it to go forward. Damn it. Shouldn't take that much longer, though. It'll be like... Okay, yeah, we can do this. I hate that it's taken this long, because I know it's going to be hard for people to watch a full 4-hour show, though people, I imagine, will do it. Anyway. Will Wisconsin improve or regress in 2026? Will Wisconsin be better or worse? Talking about both their record and the team quality. I gotta think that Wisconsin, from a record angle, is a lock to improve. You can't get much worse than 4-8. And last year's schedule was possibly the toughest in Wisconsin school history. 2024 was the predecessor of that. It was a super tough schedule too. Wisconsin's had tough schedules in back-to-back seasons. And as we'll talk about here shortly, Wisconsin's schedule is much easier. So I got to imagine that record-wise, they do likely improve, but team quality is different. As the defense at the end of the year was playing at a top 20, top 15 level, they lost a lot of talent off that defense and also made changes on offense as well. Recruiting hasn't exactly been phenomenal. It's been a bit up and down with Luke Fickell. Wisconsin is so far removed from what it was, and this is just, it's a huge year for Luke Fickell and company. Keep in mind how bad their offense was last year. 132nd in EPA per play, 131st in EPA per pass, 115th in EPA per rush. They were outside the top 100 in pretty much every analytical metric you can find. The defense was great at stopping the run. They were anywhere from top 25 to top really 35, depending on where you look. So a good defense, but not an elite one. At times it played like it, especially up front, but the secondary was very vulnerable. The only bright spot really of this team was the defensive front last year, the D-line and the linebacker position. Special teams were also fairly dreadful. They only made about 60% of their field goals. I can't see this team getting worse. I really can't. It was just such a bad offense, a defense that had some things they could still improve on, and a special teams unit that was dreadful. And to take a look at more things here, EPA per play margin, success rate margin, points per play margin, yards per point margin, all outside the top 110, and a PFF rating, like PFF grade. And PFF, they don't really give out a whole lot of bad grades to teams collectively. They were 99th in PFF for a total team grade, 71st in game control, 76th in efficiency. There were several G5 teams that were better than Wisconsin last year. Just, it was so bad. And when I look at this staff and also look at this roster, I can't imagine it getting worse. Fickell brought in what I thought was a decent portal class. They have momentum on the recruiting trail right now, and I don't think he's a bad coach. I hate giving him that C+ grade because deep down I do think he's better than that. There's just no evidence for me to say that he is better than that. Last year's team almost quitting mid-season. I know they rallied at the end, but things were bad in the middle of the year, and then how they quit at the end of the 2024 season after the OC was fired. The QB injuries, the mismanagement of the offense, the defense taking this long to really play at a top 25 level. I don't know. It's not been good, and that, to a certain degree, is reflective of the head coach. I think Grimes is a decent OC, but he's been fired from many of his previous stops, like Baylor. I know that Kansas didn't exactly like what he was doing over there. And last season, things were just so bad. And I don't know how much of that was him or the position coaches or the injuries, but he also shares some of that. Tressel and that defensive coaching staff, though, were pretty damn good. Tressel succeeded at Michigan State as a DC, succeeded at Cincinnati, and has improved Wisconsin's defenses pretty much every season. So the outlook of this team, in my mind, is yet again defensively focused. Offensively, I just can't see it getting worse than what they have. The win total's set at 6.5, so the sports books are expecting Wisconsin to take a step forward. And with a schedule that is as follows: Notre Dame and Lambeau, Western Illinois, Eastern Michigan at Penn State, Michigan State at home, off the bye at UCLA, hosting USC, at Iowa, hosting Rutgers, playing at Maryland, playing at Purdue, hosting Minnesota. Look, they're going to be an underdog in what? Notre Dame, Penn State, USC, Iowa. 4 games, maybe 5, assuming that the team doesn't quit, because then they could be an underdog in almost every game. There's a world, though, where they're only an underdog to, say, Iowa and Notre Dame and Penn State, and they're favored in 9 games. This team has a path to win 9 or 10 games if everything goes right. They also have a path to be as bad as they were last year, or even worse, because the team totally quits, instead of having that end-of-season push they had in the month of November. That was actually impressive, given what they had on offense and at the quarterback position. At the end of the day, a lot of this hinges on Colton Joseph, who had 21 touchdowns and 10 interceptions at Old Dominion, had several rushing touchdowns and rushing yards, and 2,624 passing yards. I believe that he is a good QB and will do a good job at Wisconsin, but if, say, the offensive line is as bad as it was last season, receiver doesn't pan out, and he's still a bit inconsistent, that combined with the losses on defense could be enough to kick this team to 5-7, 6-6, or 7-5. And it's my opinion that if Wisconsin doesn't win 8 games, they should get rid of Fickell, or they should look to make even more drastic changes, because this schedule's a cakewalk. It's not quite as easy as Rutgers' schedule was in 2024, but it's close. They need to take advantage of it, win 8 or 9 games, and have things really get going and hit the ground running entering 2027. I don't think they're going to be that good, but I do believe their team quality improves. I also think that Wisconsin probably goes 7-5 this year. That feels about right. So, better or worse in 2026, I believe Wisconsin, both in team quality and record, will be better. It'll be interesting to see if Wisconsin does go 7-5 or reach a bowl game, what they do with Fickell if, say, there are still some questionable losses, or they just barely go bowling and don't win the 8 or 9 games that I think they need to really inspire confidence moving forward. Clemson, better or worse in 2026? Clemson really disappointed last year. Had one of the most talented rosters from an NFL draft standpoint, and what do they show for it? 7-6. Well, will they be better or worse this year? That's an important question. That's a big question. Will Clemson improve or continue to spiral down the toilet drain entering 2026? Last season was a huge disappointment. That's all I gotta say. With that much NFL talent, Clemson had no business losing 6 games, and yet they did. And they had no business with what Dabo preaches and the culture that he says they have. They had no business looking that lethargic on the football field, and yet they did. There are reasons to believe that both Clemson's record and team quality will improve or regress. This is a team with high variance because they still have a good amount of talent. I know they haven't been recruiting at the same level, but they still recruit top 25 classes. Their team talent composite is still probably top 15, at the very worst top 20. And some of the transfers they brought in were blue chip players. They still have talent. The weakness of Clemson recently has not been talent. It's been the complete lack of development and coaching, and the fact that Clemson's in-house promotions and their attempt to build and form an in-house staff has failed cataclysmically. It's been very bad. It's been a huge fall off after that 2020 season, which was the last time that Clemson made the quarterfinals or better in a 4 or 12 team college football playoff. Now, they made it in 2024, but 2024 really was just showing the continued regression of the team over time. That's really all that showed. Last season was a disaster. This season, Clemson has less talent, but they made a change at offensive coordinator, out with Garrett Riley, in with Chad Morris, and they do return some players, such as Will Helt or TJ Moore, Bryant Westco, Ashton Hampton, Sammy Brown, who are very talented, and at the end of the day could compete for the ACC title if things go the opposite way of last year, where last year the team was weak mentally and physically. They weren't developed well. They weren't coached well. If those things change in a positive way this year, Clemson could contend for a playoff spot. But for now, I believe the days of winning it all are over, and last season was the stamp on that opinion. Offensively, lot to be desired from, especially with those receivers and what Cade Klubnik was as quarterback in 2024 and what he was in Texas high school football. I have no idea why they didn't work out. It just didn't. Defensively, there were some bright spots like Will Helt, Sammy Brown, Ashton Hampton, but they were so inconsistent. And Tom Allen, I think, is an okay defensive coordinator and play caller. He's no Brent Venables, though. He's no Jim Knowles. He's no Manny Diaz. He's no Corey Heatherman, Brian Haynes, Matt Patricia. He's not a top 10, top 15 DC. Probably not even close to that. And the special teams were also questionable, as they've been for many years now at Clemson. It was an overall bad operation. It was the worst coaching job of 2025. Penn State's was also bad, But when you look at the NFL draft, and you keep in mind that Drew Aller's ankle got busted in the 6th game of the season before they played Ohio State and before they played Indiana, and things just weren't right from the jump, Penn State at least had somewhat of an excuse. They fired Franklin midway through the season. Franklin had never won a big game before. The expectation was that they would just break through. Clemson was expected to return to national prominence. They played an easier schedule, and they had more first-round picks, and yet they were definitively a worse team. Worse defense, worse offense, they were just worse overall. Can't even believe I'm saying that. And everything you look at reflects the fact that they were not top 25 in any power meter metric that I use, in any margin power rating metrics, except for success rate margin, is wild. I still can't process how bad of a coaching job that was. And if some people think I'm being too harsh, just think about it a little bit more. If you had 9 picks, and 2 of them, I believe it was 2, were first-rounders, and preseason Cade Klubnik was being hyped up as a first-rounder, and you have receivers who could be first-rounders in the future, how bad of a coaching job would you rate a 7-6 season? I'd rate it pretty poorly. Right now, I have Dabo Swinney as just an average college football coach. Legacy-wise, he is a Hall of Famer. But right now, right here, right now, which is all I care about, he is in the bottom half of Power 4 coaches. The lack of innovation, the lack of strategy, the lack of game preparation is gross. Chad Morris, I gave him a C because he's been out of it for a few years, and the Arkansas tenure was a disaster. SMU was okay. I haven't seen him just be a pure play caller in a minute. I'm curious to see how that pans out. And Tom Allen, I think, is average, maybe above average defensive coordinator, but based on what I saw last year with a very talented defense, there were some good moments. There were also just very bad moments, to say the least. So Clemson's coaching staff, it's a prove-it season for that coaching staff. With a schedule where, look, they're going to be on College game day at LSU to open up the year. And then they got Georgia Southern, North Carolina, a trip to California, hosting Miami. It's a very front-loaded schedule. Very front-loaded. They get the hard stuff first. If they can somehow go 5-0 or 4-1 in those first 5 games, Charleston Southern, Virginia Tech, at Florida State, at Syracuse, Georgia Tech, at Duke and South Carolina, that's a much easier stretch than the first 5 games. Their win total set at 7.5, and honestly, I think that's fairly accurate here. This reads to me as a 7-5, 8-4 team. If I had to choose between 9-3 and 6-6, I'd probably choose 9-3 here. But a huge part of that just has to do with the fact that I have a hard time processing this roster and what I knew Dabo Swinney to be, to lose all of these coin flip games as they kind of did last year, which was really sad. Clemson being good is good for college football because having a Power 4, a true Power 4, and not just a Power 2, is good for the sport. So I do hope that Clemson improves dramatically in record and team quality. It would be fun. It would make things interesting. I do, at the end of the day, think they will improve, in part because I imagine Vizina and this offense has to fit much better together than it did last season. That was just so disjointed in a way that I can't process. It was Garrett Riley's worst offense at Clemson, despite having the same quarterback for the 3rd year in a row. It has to make me think that there was a complete unalignment preseason with the staff. And I think that Morris coming in might benefit that alignment a little bit. So Vizina, I think, will be an average QB, but with what Clemson brings back in parts in the O-line, tight end, receiver, and what they have on defense, I think that their record and team quality will both improve, but only by a little bit. It's not going to be noticeable. I have Clemson right now going 8-4. Could they go 9-3? Sure. Could they even win the ACC? Sure. Preseason models would actually tell you that's a value bet. I'm kind of fading that, though. I don't trust their staff, And that's been the crux of their issue. Ever since Venables left, and ever since DJ didn't pan out, they have not done a good job developing. They have not done a good job evaluating. If they did a good job at those things and didn't use the portal that much, then they wouldn't have these issues. This goes well beyond them not using the portal effectively. This goes into a lack of high school evals, lack of development evals, lack of recruiting. Just, they're bleeding from every orifice over there. And I don't know if Dabo's on the hot seat. He might be too much of a legend to be. But right now, he is destroying that program. So even though I think that the record and team quality improve, before I say they're heading in the right direction, I'm going to have to see it before I believe it. Finally, we got 2 more topics technically, but we're so close to being done. I thank you guys for being on here. It's been a super long show. Super long show. But got a bold prediction, and we also have wow. Yep, got a bold we have a bold prediction here. Oh man. I'm dead. I'm dead, guys. We have a bold college football prediction today from friend of the channel, Bald Father Bets. He's a great friend, and he tells me that Oklahoma State will go 11-1 and make the college football playoff. Commenting this on a community post I made asking you for bold predictions. Give me your bold prediction down in the comment section below for the season. If it's interesting, I might make a video out of it. Oklahoma State, their win total's at 5.5 right now. Their odds to make the CFP are plus 1,700. And I like this one. It's intriguing. It's interesting. And Oklahoma State should be a pretty good team this year. The schedule is going to play a huge role in this, because at the end of the day, if you don't have a favorable schedule, unless you have the talent or the elite coaching, you're just not going to make the playoffs. And Oklahoma State's schedule for a Big 12 school is tough. At Tulsa, Oregon at home, Murray State at West Virginia off the bye, UCF at home, Houston on the road, Colorado, at Iowa State, at Kansas State, Texas Tech at home, at Arizona State, Kansas. That's tough for a Big 12 team. For a good Power 4 team, though, that's pretty workable, I would say. The win total set at 5.5, and I honestly think that's too low. If I were to set the win total, which not qualified to do, but if for some reason I would, I'd probably set it at 7.5, just from a what's the hedge between the most and second most likely outcome. I'd probably set it at 7.5 right there. I think that people are not talking about Oklahoma State's improvement from a roster, coaching, and specifically metagame angle. They might have the best quarterback in the Big 12 and possibly a first-round draft pick at quarterback. They could have the best receiver and running back in the conference. And the defense should improve too, as they brought some underrated players on that side of the football as well. When you look at the schedule here, the only games that could be automatic losses are Oregon and Texas Tech. And even then, they get Oregon early enough in the season and Texas Tech with questions at QB where they could maybe pull off one of those games. Highly unlikely, but they could. Where things get tricky are road games at Kansas State, Houston, and Arizona State. And also at West Virginia, where they're going to have to travel across a whole time zone and several hours through the air to get to Morgantown. So you're looking at a tough schedule from a Big 12 angle here. And a team that with North Texas last season, the analysts will tell you North Texas had a top 10 offense. S&P Plus had them number 1. Other metrics had them top 5 or fringe top 10. But the defense was not that good. It should improve by quite a bit this season compared to last season because they'll have more Power 4 players. They'll be more experienced. The offense should also get better by that logic. But Oklahoma State coming in, are they going to be a top 25 power-rated team? They could be. Are they going to be top 20? That gets harder to answer. Are they going to be top 15? Well, that's really tough to answer. Probably not. So Oklahoma State, with what they bring in, with what they return in very limited parts from last year's team, and the coaching upgrade they have, the staff upgrade, the roster upgrade, the type of upgrades they have at skill positions, it's interesting, for sure. It's certainly a bold prediction. I would say this is above a 5. I don't quite know if it's a 10, though. And I say that because of Eric Morris, their head coach and also offensive play caller, who's done well at North Texas. And having an offense that lethal, if, say, Texas Tech regresses a little bit on defense, and the rest of the Big 12 is a top end on defense, which is likely outside of maybe a Houston, you could be looking at a team that just engages in shootouts, like some of the older Oklahoma State teams under Gundy, and they find their way to win 10 games, or maybe even 11 games if they can win a close game against one of those big schools. And thanks to the Oregon and Texas Tech games, Oklahoma State has more margin for error with their schedule. An 11-2 Oklahoma State is getting in the college football playoff because Texas Tech is probably a lock to make the Big 12 title. If not, and Oklahoma State loses to them and Oregon in the regular season, they still win the Big 12 and get in due to the college football playoff letting in the 4 highest ranked conference champions and those being automatic berths. You look at what if Texas Tech reaches the Big 12 title game, and then they would have beaten either one of Oregon or Texas Tech, and that would be a win against likely a top 10 ranked team. And that's huge on top of beating everyone else on their schedule, except for maybe say they beat Texas Tech once, lose to them at another time, and then lose to Oregon in week 2. 11-2 with that schedule is an impressive strength of record, and they'll get in the playoffs. And they have the coaching staff and they have the players to do that. Mestemaker completed nearly 70% of his passes, was first in passing yards last year with 4,379, had 34 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, and a QBR of 74.8, which was 24th. He's a year older, in the strength and conditioning program again, has a better supporting cast, might be facing similar caliber defenses outside of Oregon and Texas Tech, and has an upgraded supporting cast. So when I look at this prediction, and when I review it, I believe that Oklahoma State going 11-1 making the college football playoff is very bold. It's very spicy. It's not impossible, though. I am going to give this prediction a solid 9 on the 1 to 10 boldness scale. 10 being it's impossible, 1 being it's not actually all that bold. That would be pretty normal to happen. This is a 9. Oklahoma State going 11-1 and making the CFP is just difficult because 11-1 means they have to win one of those regular season games, which means they have to beat one of Texas Tech and Oregon. They can't lose to both of them, then make the Big 12 and, win that. It's specific. Have to beat one of the big schools because it's 11-1 in the regular season. So yeah, they have to win one of those regular season games and beat Kansas State, Arizona State, and Houston. They have to go unscathed against a lot of good staffs and a lot of good teams. Preseason win totals 5.5, even though I think it should be higher. I don't believe it should be 10.5 or even 9.5. I think 7.5 or 8.5 is where it should be from a what's the most likely record, and then what's the deviation away from that. The second most likely record, what's the second most likely outcome. So this is a 9. I believe Oklahoma State's going to win 8 or 9 games this year personally. I very much could see them making the Big 12 title game, and depending on what I do in my revision of my predictions in July, I could end up picking them to reach the Big 12 title game or maybe even reach the college football playoff. We'll see. The Big 12 has a good chance of getting 2 teams in this year just due to how the schedules align, where some of the non-conference games are, and the fact that I do think the conference is stronger and, for now, in a better place than the collective of the ACC. Okay. Let me see one thing here. I know the show's kind of fallen apart towards the end, but to be fair, with 4 hours, that'll happen. Hold on. Just replying to a text. Yup, we're going to hold off on what I thought the last segment was going to be. It's too long of a show. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate all of you. It's been a blast to be back. It was good to see some of the numbers that we did early on before Paint went live, and I imagine that, like, Paint and I have a lot of, overlap with views. Hopefully, we'll get as big as his show one day. We have a lot to improve on, and we always will have a lot to improve on. But thank you guys so much for watching. These clips will be out in the next 24 hours. I'll see you guys soon.